I can give you a link. There it is. So that is the place where you can grab that. But we are going to dive into a new Embark, same world, and keep building on it. Because I kind of have one rule for this world, which is I just want to play this one faction. And the reason I like this particular faction is because it's very, and I do mean very, isolated. There is one spot where the inside of the isolated area for this faction, where there's a necromancer tower. So there's one spot near the faction that we're playing as, the Crimson Pulley, which has a necromancer tower in it. And so one of the options for things that we could do is we could actually settle there, and deal with that necromancer. Where did you go? There you are. The Crimson Pulley. But that area is right... Where it? Where it at? There it is. This thing. Right here. This guy. So theoretically, we could actually, like, fight with this guy. But I don't know if I really want to do that. Also, this whole area is, like, so locked off of everything. It's like, I don't know how, like, where exactly I would want to settle. It's like, if I'm going to settle in here, it has to be somewhere good. And, like, I don't know, that's just, like, a really boring spot. Like, these lakes are kind of neat, these tropical freshwater lakes. That's what are those two biomes? It's like tropical shrubland and just mountain. I mean, I've seen weirder names. Oh, I mean, you don't even need to take over the tower to do that. You just need to get a book to do that. Or have some particularly ambitious scholars that make some ambitious discoveries. Yeah, I don't know. So this is the faction we're playing as, right? So we kind of have a decision to make right now. Do we want to play a fortress in here and be very isolated with the only neighbor being that tower and try and kill a tower? Or do we want to be outside and have more variety of neighbors? This was the other fort that we made, which is right here. This is Umber Bulwark, which ended up being way too isolated. Like, I couldn't even send out armies. Or we could settle, like, out here in the jungles. Although that is very flat. Like, holy shit. What is this? What's the... Okay, that's pretty flat, too. Kind of looking for something with a river in it that's not super flat. Kind of what I'm looking for. Ooh, this has humans, dwarves, goblins, and the tower nearby. Pretty fun drop. Are scholars likely to write about life and death? It's never happened to you. They have to have the knowledge of life and death. So so this is a chicken and the egg situation. It's like, in order to discover the secrets of life and death, you need to have the slab with the secrets of life and death written on it. The very beginning of every world, a demon comes up through the undergrowth and inscribes the secrets of life and death on a tablet and leaves it with the goblins. Then somebody has to access it and get it, right? So in order for that stone to spread out into the world and create necromancers and necromancer towers, some entity needs to take that stone and leave with it, and then once it is learned, and you have learned the knowledge of life and death from this indestructible stone, which is always present in the world, and there's usually multiple, then you can write books about it, and then the books can be spread around and copied. Yes, all worlds have the secrets of life and death, because in order to have goblins, somebody has that. The Book of Secrets of Life and Death. And certain characters that have certain traits will get frustrated with their short lives and then begin seeking out the knowledge of life and death and the secrets of life and death. So it's like, it is a chicken and the egg situation, but it's a chicken and the egg situation that is like pretty well understood. This is an interesting spot. It's just a tropical, dry, broadleaf forest. Some soil, deep soil, no aquifer. Very close to tower. Very close. Also at war with goblins. Let's go a little further north. Get up here. A little lake. Kind of looking for areas with fun elevation, and all this stuff's so flat. Looking for higher numbers in the top left. Nope. They need to discover the secrets before they can have a Book of Death. Although usually by the time necromancers actually get to towers that they've made, at that point they then just start writing books like absolute fucking apeshit. So there's always a point where they're just like, oh, we have a tower now. I guess it's time to just start writing. So then they start writing. This area right here, this little kind of enclosed spot right here, is actually just complete, if it's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, this little spot right here is just full of tiger people. Like, full of tiger people. That like a one-tile good biome? It is. Huh. I don't have a preferred Embark style. Maybe. I settle where I feel like. Right now, I'm just looking for something with elevation and fun water. I want to build stuff with waterfalls, but... One-tile good biome. It's the opposite of a one-tile evil biome. It means there's, like, probably fairies and unicorns and stuff that could spawn there. Now, that's a steep... river. Look at that. Extreme high cliffs, eh? But there's like nothing there. I don't believe I've ever had skooma. I know of it. But never really got into those games. How far did you go with the Bearman troop? Ran around for a bit, and then kinda... When we went to Umber Bulwark and left Umber Bulwark, the two bears stayed at Umber Bulwark, so they're still alive. And then we ran around for a bit and eventually died. We got attacked, and then Goblin got killed, and then I was just human, and we ran out of food in the mountains and died. Yeah, necromancers love to write and commit crimes on unwilling victims. Yes, this is true. Tiger people are sick? They kind of are. Especially when they have a cold. I'm pretty, like, keen on this spot right here. Where am I? Oops, no, I don't want to leave a note. What? You walked right into that one. Feet first. So this could be a really cool spot. Problem is... I mean, it's 3 biomes, technically. It's tropical freshwater lake, tropical savanna, and a mountain. What's the most fun Embark you can think of? Why do you ask? I don't know how to answer that question. Because to me, it's like... That's like saying, like... What's the hardest part of an easy game? I like that. Also, you're not talking to somebody who cares about difficulty. Yeah, it's like, what's the best level in a video game? I don't know. There's a lot of video games there, mate. I mean, actually, the funnest embark I've ever had was we embarked in a Untamed Wilds tropical area. Giant snapping turtle crawls out of water, bites one dwarf, kills him in the first day. 2 more dwarves get killed by giant crocodiles in the or giant alligators in the second day, and then 1 more dwarf dies to a giant tick almost immediately, and then I retired the fort. Lasted about a week in game, so like, I don't know, 5 minutes. That's the most fun embark I've ever had. That could do it. We are in range of dwarves, elves, goblins, and humans. I doubt I'll be able to reach my home faction from here, but we are close enough to get migrants, because home faction is like just up in there, and this fortress right here and these fortresses are all part of my home faction from what I can tell. So I don't think I'll be able to actually attack this. But being here might not be bad. What do you guys think of this? So same world once again. There's no trees on the surface. So actually bringing wood stuff will be useful. We're going to have to dig down to caverns to get trees. Second biome, oh, actually that's not true. Second biome, which is just the tiniest corner, does have trees. So you know what? Maybe we'll actually extend the size just slightly for this. Because having a little bit more space for some trees will be nice. I mean, it's most extreme cliffs down to least extreme cliffs. So it's probably not a waterfall, but it's definitely a canyon. It's definitely a canyon. And if it's a canyon, that could be really fucking fun. Rubbed belly, yeah. The problem is it's just a brook. Could leave a note here and come back. So we'll leave that. My phone's vibrating. Bet you $1 it's my mom. It's not my mom. It's bounces plus 2693180 EDFA hyphen phone number equals text bell.ca at mdribill. What the fuck? You guys want to RBC client. I don't have an RBC account. There was a suspicion Interact transaction. They spelled Interact wrong. Transaction made on 02222. Okay, sure. To avoid any suspension on your account, please verify here. You guys want to see this link? Check this out. Anyway, seems legit. Yeah, I don't have an RBC account, so I guess I'll delete that. Cool. It wasn't my mom. I was wrong. Free candy? Definitely. Not suspicious at all. That is like the shadiest link I've seen in a text. That looks specific. Definitely secure. I mean, no one could like misspell that, right? It's huge. That's what she said. All right. Let's see what else we got. It's a stream. The Mean Vision. A funny name to stream. It's the Mean Vision. Everybody loves the Mean Vision. What's this river called? Major River. It's in range of here. Ooh. It's a possibility as well. Because this is actually like a major river. Let's, which is kind of what I want to be on. I want to be on one of the major rivers. No, it's just a major river. That wasn't the name of the river. Major rivers are like half as thick as the screen usually. I mean, what's the name of this major river? Cherishy Druid? Ruled? Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's new. Don't know until you test it, you know? This is a sinister, what? Tropical savanna? Sad part about this spot is it's just a brook. Not a major river. I want a major river. This is kind of a neat spot. I'm not going to settle here. I just think it's kind of neat. It's just because it's Badlands. Badlands are like the least interesting embarks you can have. But it's like, there's multiple constructions here. One of them being a road. Constructed roads are always cool. Tropical shrubland. Whoa! That is some deep fucking cliffs, though. Holy shit. Okay, maybe we are settling in a savanna. Okay, look at this, right? Got a major river, right? A little bit far out. But look at how steep that is. Look at how steep that is. Settle on the savannah, tame lions? Possibly. Big kitties? It's woodland. There is a light aquifer, so that's kind of annoying. I think lions are just like cougars and cats, whereas like you can't war train them. Windows with a water view? Thinking the same thing I'm thinking. I'm thinking river full of corpses that is a pain in the ass to dig out. Is actually what I'm thinking. I don't know what you're thinking, but that's what I'm thinking. All right, well, I know approximately where this is. I just want to see what the elevation is like along here. Yeah, this is just like a massive fucking canyon. All the way along. It's like the Grand Canyon of this world. I think that this connection up here might actually be our spot. Shallow clay, deep soil, light aquifer, shallow metal, deep metals, and a flux stone layer. Neighbors are dwarves, elves, humans, and goblins. So we got lots of neighbors, which fixes that problem. Get a troll, profit? I'm not sure what the troll has to do with that. Are you implying that the troll, like, destroys it, or we drop the troll in the river? The problem, the issue with that, like, the better way to do this, if it's as cool as I'm hoping, the better way to do this is actually to have a separate chamber, and you dump the enemy in there, because if you dump the enemy into the river, and the dwarves can see into the river, that's just going to scar them all, because they're going to be looking down into a river full of corpses, which isn't, like, you know, pleasant or anything. Oh, trolls live under bridges. Oh, duh. An idiot. I don't know why it took me a minute to figure that one out, but I guess I did. Crimson Pulley. Untamed Wilds. 2 biomes. One is tropical shrubland with woodland. The other one is sparse savanna, which is actually kind of cool, meaning trees will be limited. So there will be like, I don't know, a handful of tiles around the edges that'll be heavily forested, and then the rest is just sparse. It's all hot. It's the same materials in both, although one's got very deep soil. Light aquifer is a bit of a pain in the dick, but nothing we can't deal with. You can't, there is no, like, interspecies breeding in Dwarf Fort. Crundles are kind of like a troll dwarf, I guess. Crundles are less like troll dwarves and more like Dwarf Fortress's minions. Read the last Discord word story. Is there much for me to read? Hold up. I haven't looked this morning. Usually I like check to see how much people have looked, but I haven't even clicked on that room. I could almost feel the coffee leaving the stomach. Caffeinated coffee rejuvenates me. That's a strange one. But yeah, no, there is no, there you go. I'm going to start a new line, which is Moscow. If you want to add on to those, join the Discord room, my Discord, and then join the room, add a word stories, and then add words that make logical sense. And if it's just a string of curse words, I'm not going to read it. So, but yeah, no, there is no interspecies breeding in DF. You can bring other characters from other factions. So like, because there's multiple modes of play in Dwarf Fortress, you can play adventurers, and you can bring adventurers into a fortress, which is probably something we're going to try and do here, is bring adventurers from other part of the world down here. But I think that this is our spot. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. I'm not too worried. And we're going to prepare for the journey carefully. All right, so because trees are sparse, I'm not too worried about wood. Like, for example, I'm not really worried about buckets or splints or anything. But at the same time, don't actually know what I'm going to need. But I really don't need wheelbarrow, and I don't need a step ladder. That's a lot of points we can save. Giant chinchilla quivers. Giant chinchilla quivers. You know, normal chinchillas are delicious, right? Chad, how big is a giant chinchilla? Can somebody figure that out on the wiki for me? That'd be cool. Also, Goblin of the People. You claim to have never seen this game before. You've got the word goblin in your name, and you haven't run away screaming yet at the look of Dwarf Fortress, which leads me to believe that you have seen this game before, unless you're actually just like a crazy person. That's a compliment, by the way. Let's bring an extra pick. About the size of a dog. You know, since normal-sized guinea pigs are delicious, could you imagine like a dog-sized guinea pig? This game multiplayer at all? Absolutely not. Jesus Christ. Don't get too crazy. It doesn't. Can somebody translate 100,000 centimeters cubed into English? I mean, most people have heard of Dwarf Fortress. Trying to think, what kind of livestock would we bring into like a savanna? Maybe just cattle? I could just do cattle. A lot of square things. True. Chat, what kind of, I mean, like, I'm trying to think, like, what would survive in that area? Hooved animals? Yeah. I don't think turkeys. I love bringing turkeys. Maybe boars? We could bring pigs, right? Bring, like, 2 pigs and 2 sows. Get piglets and do pig's milk and all that stuff. Well, let's bring 2 dogs, which we can make available as pets. Not too worried about giving the original 7 names. Bring socks. The dwarves can bring their own. It's fine. Horses, elephants. I don't have tamed elephants in this faction. I hope that we find giant elephants in this Embark. That would be awesome. Dude, if we found giant elephants, Mwah! I'd be so happy. So happy. Lions, tigers, and bears. Oh, no. You're off to work? Oh, no, that's unfortunate. Well, we'll see you on Saturday, Pilot. Also, there will be podcast on Sunday, so stuff to listen to. Lots of news for us to grumble about this week, too. Also, lots of new faces in the chat today. I'm getting a couple follows, too. So if you're new here and you have any questions, just yell at me. I think that I will probably just do what I normally do. It's for an easy embark, so let's just grab a bunch of food, grab some more lungfish. Although it's funny that it's lungfish because the last fort that we had, Umber Bulwark, was full of fucking lungfish. Like, everywhere. So it's understandable that we're bringing lungfish with. When DF? Like, when DF release? I don't fucking know. When it's done. Let's do that. Bring more wine. More rum. I think I need an extra battle axe. Put the rest into the dwarves themselves. Crafting a masterwork someday. Let's make you into 2 extra points in mason. You. Dreams of raising a family. Let's give you 'll do something I don't normally do. Give you 2 points in well, no, not axe, because you dream of raising a family. So, you know, you dream of raising a family, so I'm going to give you cooking. Brewing. We'll give you brewing. Take a couple points in brewing. Can find it. My brain is still in adventure mode. Missed the start, but you're here again? Well, I mean, we're still in the start, dude. So you're just in time. You mean sow? Yes, I know. It didn't come off as rude. It's the same reason I mispronounced the word sword. Long time ago, there was a guy who got really, really, really mad at me for the way that I said sword, because saying sword is more fun than saying sword. And that was a in-joke between me and my friends for, like, since the days of Ventrilo. And so I intentionally mispronounced certain words because it used to annoy this guy that I used to play Counter-Strike with. And it's just kind of stuck in my vocab. So, like, I know that sows are called sows. But I just don't say it that way because it's funny to me. So it's... I get that it can, like, annoy some people, but... I don't really care. That's on you, not me. So, it's fine. But, I don't know, saying sword is more fun than saying sword. C-word. How often do I stream DF? Yes. I don't stream on Mondays and Fridays. That's the answer to that, I think. You're gonna say them words the way that way now? What, you're gonna say sword? Sword! I gotta grab my sword! You're what now? You ever bother with glass or clay industries? Bruh, have you seen Long Death? We have a lot of clay pot. I generally only do clay for pots, and I only really do that, or actually, I only really use clay for jugs. And I only really make jugs if I'm doing bees stuff, and I don't generally do bees stuff. Because you need jugs are, you need jugs for honey, and royal jelly and all that crap, and mead. So I generally only do clay if I'm making jugs. Sometimes I'll make clay statues if I'm bored, but I don't generally mess with clay too often. And as far as glass, yes, I spent 150 in-game years in Long Death building a 125Z level tall glass tower. No, I've never messed with glass before. 1 tile of sand is an infinite supply of starting material. I mean, trees grow back indefinitely, so so's wood by that logic. Yeah, like the old days of HeroQuest. Absolutely. Yeah, you get it. You get it. But yeah, no, I know they're pronounced sow. It's just bad habit at this point, frankly. I don't even think about it. But I do stream quite a bit of Dwarf Fortress. But it's like Dwarf Fortress and then games you haven't heard of and then random crap I feel like playing. Which is why every now and again it'll be like later in the day and I'll just be playing Earth Defense Force for absolutely no logical reason. And people are like, Blind, are you okay? And I'll be like, no, shut up! What are we doing? I'm just gonna give you a bunch of... You're gonna be bitey. I'm always tempted to just give them points in Comedian and then hope that bat people show up. Because Batmen only attack people with... Or always try to attack people with the highest Comedian stat. But it never happens, so it's always a waste of a point. What to give you? Could give you someone points in leader. I don't know. We'll think about it. So some of you already have names in this world. We're playing the same faction. So if you could resist asking for a dwarf, that would be cool. But if you still want a dwarf, I'll just give you a nickname. That being said, if you would like a dwarf, raise your hand in chat. Damn Batman. Well. Dumat. Rhinestone, the nice dwarf lady. Who's Nick? This is Slug. How do you spell that? S-A-K-Z-U-L. S-A-K-Z-U-L. Navy. Vet. I am prioritizing people that I know don't have names here. D-E... How do you spell it? D-G-E... Can't type this morning. Donald. Sorry, skipping you. Freeways. Mothcat. Is Clowny Cobalt. Hope that your eyes are cobalt. You did die in the last one, but we'll give it a bit. Sorry, relax. We'll give it a bit. Olin. When, like, maybe second or third migrant wave. We'll call you Twin. That's easier. Because underscores don't work so well. Mabzus.
God is dead, and we have killed him, Mia.
Really? Have we? I thought you killed him yesterday. Anyway, Cutest, what's up? It's good to see you. And... Onom. I can't type this morning. Good lord. I think my keyboard's in a different spot. How many forts have I done in this world? Just the one, but a handful of adventurers. Check how many you have before you start typing in numbers, chat room. Exclamation point tickets if you want to see how many tickets you have. I'll just go with Lawrence. All right, let's read some descriptions. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to read some descriptions right now. We're going to name a fort. I need fort names. Remember, allegedly we're on a canyon. Allegedly next to a big river. Allegedly basically in Africa. So the fortress is obviously going to be called Toto. And the group is called Bless the Rains, right? That's how we do that. Hot beard. I like it. I actually do like that. That's good. That's good. I mean, what rear compound beard? Hot beards. Is the word hot even a thing? It is. Hot beards. You like wet sands? I don't know. Hot something. Maybe just hot sands? Vushkogan! Hot sands. We could call it Fitty Fitty. You second hot beards. All in favor of hot beards, press 1. All in favor of hot sands, press 2. You just wanted to say something dumb? Something dumb can be good, though. Hot beards it be. Like, that's overwhelming, I would say. Sorry to the two of you that typed in hot sands. All right, so Fortress of Hot Beards. The best part about this is I can very easily make a symbol for this. I think it's a shape. I don't think beard is a shape. Creature. Dwarf. One male dwarf. Object. Sun? No. Is that shape? Sun. Ah, blazing sun. 1. Action or relationship. Ah, perfect. The blazing... There you go. This is an image of a dwarf and a blazing sun. The blazing sun is burning the dwarf. Excellent. Friggin' Bob. In a moment, people are going to be singing, "This dwarf is on fire." Now, that is way too much of a serious question to ask somebody in a world where we're all just kind of joking around as to whether or not to call the fortress Hot Sands or Hot Beards. Cutest, come on. That's just mean. That's just mean. That's like somebody walks in a room, makes a joke, somebody else pulls out a shotgun. Funny joke. Jeez, man. Smells like burnt hair. Yeah. Smells like burnt hair up in here. I need to rename this thing. The banners of the smith of the echo of the woods of the palm of gold. The remarkable iron. The enjoyable... The enjoyable Burns. Hey now, Mr. Burns. If you want to make that cover, Cajun Bard, I will play it on stream. Might even make it a sound command. All right, well, the enjoyable Burns, of course, is an image of a dwarf and a blazing sun. The blazing sun is burning the dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the blazing sun. I was like, it was between that and screaming. I'm going with admiring because I did call it the enjoyable Burns. So because I called it the enjoyable Burns, they have to be like assuming that he's enjoying it.
Okay, this is weird. I just celebrated the 25th.
And I'll call it a bonus. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 26th this month. Cheers. Even though, like, you click that button on it. I don't know how Twitch works, man. I've been doing this for a decade, and I don't know how Twitch works. Save. Done. Cool. Now we need a group name. All right, chat. Think of something that sounds like a group name. The turquoise sword. The crasps of bowing. The city of comedy. Well, the something of something. Chat, can we also get a round of beers for Dragon Man getting a bonus resub notification, apparently? The wet sands? You're a wet sands. Go wet your own sands. You bleh. Icky. I hate sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. All right. The sweltering sling. That seems close. The sweltering sand. Sweating crack? No. Respectfully, no. The brazen whiskers, the smoky mustaches, crypt beard. Ironically, I could actually just call a fortress crypt something. Like, crypt beard is actually something we could call it. But that's also scoundrels branding. Scoundrel and friends are the Crypt Beards. And last I checked, I just have Crypt as my, I mean, correct? Sorry, that's already taken. Although it's not spelled that way. There's an H in there. Already a thing, sorry. Can't make it to Deserts of Karak. Although I did buy this with the intent to stream it because it was $5 yesterday as part of the Steam sale, so I now have Deserts of Karak with the intent to stream the whole franchise. Anyway, we'll do that hopefully soon. Because Homeworld 3 soon, TM, please don't be shit. I'm kind of just leaning Sweltering Sand. I like your guys' suggestions, but I think Sweltering Sand might be the one I roll with. So, fort name is Hotbeards. Group name is the Sweltering Sand, and our symbol, of course, is the glorious, enjoyable burns. An image of a dwarf and a blazing sun. The blazing sun is burning the dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the blazing sun. Beautiful sunlight. It's just like me whenever I go outside for the first time of the year and I'm just like pasty white, and then I walk outside and I'm like, oh God, instant sunburn. Do you ever decide to just get extremely drunk while streaming? That sounds like it would be fun. No. I've drank on stream, but getting extremely drunk on stream does not sound fun. Do you enjoy hurting yourself in public? Because that's what you're asking me, right? In 5 hours, you will be playing Dying Light 2. I hope that game's good. Everything I've heard about that game is, there's a lot of it! And I have no interest in it, but I hope it's good. I hope people like it. I hope people like it. Also, in 5 hours, Steam claims it's coming out in 22. Unless, like, you have some sort of, like, pre-play early thing. I hope people like that game. Although I will say this, the trailer for it definitely looks like a Techland trailer. Because they've been cutting the same trailer since fucking Dead Island. The incandescent sideburns. I think that sideburns would need to be one word, but yeah, that's hurting yourself, sir. So you're asking me to self-harm on stream. You're just like blatantly showing off your immaturity, and I find it kind of amusing. Cobb the Goblin of the People. Anyway, Rhinestone is 78 years old. Sorry about calling you old like that. She was born on the 14th of Obsidian in the year 77. She is average in size, and her hair is clean shaven. She has a prominent chin, and she has a scratchy voice. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and her ears have small lobes. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. Rhinestone likes pitchblende, black bronze, pyrite, short swords, coffins, wombats for their wattle, and the sight of the Velvety Queen, and when possible prefers to consume giant chameleon, char, papaya wine, and coffee cherries, and absolutely hates blood gnats. You know, honestly, I'm kind of with you. Like, people keep asking me, they're like, Blind, what are you looking forward to in 2021? And I'm like, or in 2022, post 2021. And I'm just like, Dwarf Fortress? Anyway, she is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is given to flights of fancy, to the point of distraction. She doesn't hold on to grievances and is often nervous, and she is quick to form negative feelings and does not often feel lustful. She shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something, and she starts to whisper when she's trying to remember something. She tells pointless stories when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Aren't people crying about the Route Zero anti-cheat thing from Doom Eternal had to remove to gain sales and players? What, for Dying Light? I don't fucking know, maybe. The next dwarf is Navy, and he is 67 years old. Nice. Born on the 10th of Opal in the year 88. He is Stone's favorite age. He is tall and has incredible muscles. His long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is braided. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his heliotrope eyes have very large irises. His broad, tall ears have nearly fused lobes, and he has a prominent chin. His head is somewhat broad, and his hair is black. His skin is dark peach. Has Toady said anything about the Steam version having a proper API? What, like for modding? No. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. Unless I missed it. I feel like that's something I would have seen. He likes bituminous coal, nickel silver, rose quartz, citron, wood, coral, seahorse bone, battle axes, male shirts, animal traps, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And the sight of the embraces of lathering, and when possible, prefers to consume harp, seal, and clown loach. I'm actually not sure what faction the embraces of lathering comes from, but I know it's a dance. So that's all I know. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and thinks friendship is important, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and does not care about fairness, and dreams of raising a family. He is completely unmoved by art or the beauty of nature, and is conflicted by this as he generally, as he views artwork in its creation. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He rarely feels jealous, and he is friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. He generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and generally acts impartially, and he is rarely moved to mercy. He is slow to anger and is trusting, and generally acts impartially. And is rare. I read that part twice. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and doesn't handle stress well. He doesn't focus on material goods and is often nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Dwarves need alcohol to survive. The first thing you do with a child is you dunk them in a barrel of alcohol and pat them on the head twice and slap them in the rear. I made those last two bits up, but they do like give them alcohol right away. I could do without all of these creatures. Entangled greenery, says the dwarf. Friggin' Bob. Sorry, it's hard to not say your name kind of sarcastically because it's friggin' Bob. Thanks, Bob, for that brand new subscription to Tier 1. Cheers, mate. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For friggin' Bob. He personally values peace over war, and finds leisure time wasteful. And finds introspection to be a waste of time, and disregards tradition. This is Ronald. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length beard is braided. His very long hair is braided, and he has a very high-pitched voice. His large irised heliotrope eyes are narrow, and he has a prominent chin. His free-lobed ears are extraordinarily broad, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. And he likes anhydrite? Anhydrite? I actually don't know how to pronounce that one. Anhydrite. What the fuck is anhydrite? Anhydrite. Like, I've played thousands of hours of this game, and I've never seen that before. Anhydrite. Apparently it's a crystal. I wonder if this aligns your chakras. It's cool looking. Kind of looks like salt. Neat. I like that one. That's a cool one. Thanks, Wikipedia. Poiple eyes. Yeah. Wow, indeed. Poiple eyes. All right. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and he is an optimist. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Is quick to form negative views about things, and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and is often nervous, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he is quick to anger. And he lives a fast-paced life and has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He cackles when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Weird dwarf, that one. Muth cat, who's Clowny Cobalt. Her eyes are extraordinarily broad, and she has a prominent chin. Her hair Her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail, and her hair is black. Her skin is dark peach, and her eyes are heliotrope. Her eyes are slightly protruding. She likes chromite, sterling silver, red beryl, gems, breastplates, and doors. Brown bullheads for their whiskers, and the sound of the poet of couples. And when possible, prefers to consume rainbow trout, prickleberry wine, honey, and royal bee jelly. Oh boy. Honey and bee royal jelly. Wow. And can't stand flies. You've got good tastes, Dwarf. Got good tastes. She personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and does not particularly value the truth. Yeah, I'd say you've done all right. Dreams of raising a family. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and doesn't generally think before acting. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and is unfriendly and disagreeable. She is bothered by this since she values friendship and can be very single-minded. That sounds like me. It's like I'm unfriendly and disagreeable, but I do value friendship. That's like a legit personality trait that I have. Anyway, she is and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she can be very single-minded. She is dour as a rule and conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking, also a mood, in the abstract, and she seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Good in the military, noted. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and has a sense of duty. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and is generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future. Maybe not so good in the military, Dwarf, because of the somewhat fearful. Anyway, she has an active imagination, and she is pleased by her appearance and talents. And she is not particularly interested in what others think of her and likes to brawl. Maybe you would be good in the military. I don't know. It's like, you'd be great in the military, but every time you get into a combat situation, you'd get very fucking stressed out, which is not ideal. Anyway, she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at the crappy weather. But I'm going to give you a few points in speaking. And point in counseling. 2 points in lying. Point in negotiating. Twin says everything's all right. She is 52 years old, born on the 7th of Obsidian, the year 103. She is short and not very strong. She has a broad, prominent chin, and she has a high voice, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and her tall, splayed-out ears are broad. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She personally does not care about fairness and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes alunite, silver, emerald. Another thing. I've played thousands of hours of Dwarf Fortress. I've never found a diamond, and I've never found an emerald. Those are two things. I've found blue emeralds, but I haven't found pure green emeralds before. She cracks easily under pressure, and she's she is inattentive to detail in her own work. She is extremely confident in herself in situations regarding her skills, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. This is not uncommon amongst these dwarves, and she is slow to trust others. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. When she's thinking, she clicks her tongue repeatedly, and she speaks very deliberately when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. You found a black diamond once? Wow. Yes. I feel like I have, but maybe not. I don't know. Not in any recent forts, but I feel like I've seen star sapphires, or a couple star sapphires. I see that sounds very familiar to me, but maybe it's just because people asking me. Society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished. It's just in my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress, I've found 3 dragons. 3. How are you to make a masterwork with inattention to detail? Practice and consistency. Hotman says, society flourishes when lawbreakers are punished. You believe in cops. She is 74 years old, born on the 14th of Sandstone in the year 81. She is short and her hair is clean-shaven. Her broad, splayed-out ears have nearly fused lobes, and her heliotrope eyes have large irises. She has a prominent chin, and her eyelashes are quite long. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. Can you give us an interpretation of what dwarves sound like in this game? Would really help the imagination. Do you want me to lose my voice? I'm not a voice actor. I try to, like, change slightly between boys and girls, but I'm not going to voice act all these dwarves. Also, because I won't remember who's who, because we're going to have, like, 90 in about an hour. She likes earthenware. There's Clay. Hey, Smil. Thanks for that Prime sub. Cheers. Check. Can I get a round of beers for Smil? The brand new Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing courtesy of Amazon. And the dwarf emotes. She is indefatigable, which is a fun word to say, which I learned that exists because of Dwarf. She personally hates those who wield power over others and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Hold on a second. You like cops, but you don't like people who wield power over others. What? Make your mind up, you indecisive twit. Likes giant ocelot leather, greaves, ballista parts, and sheep for their wool. Herrings for their massive schools, and the words of the orbs of meditating, and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and the sight of the embraces of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume mackerel, fisherberry wine, and you can't stand cave spiders. You know what? Relatable. All the cave spider parts. Do you ever play other games? I don't know. Do I? You could, like, click on my profile icon and, like, see the other games I've streamed in the past few weeks. She doesn't generally think before acting, and she is made deeply uncomfortable by the differences in culture or appearance, and she has a strong tendency towards privacy. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Considering I've talked about, like, 4 other games in the time that you've been here, you're either dense or you just don't know how to look to figure out, like, what other things people do. And also, thanks, Smil. I like my vids too. That's why I make them. Although I hate half of them, but that's fine. If you go to that YouTube channel, you'll find some of the other stuff I do if you scroll down a bit. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she often feels envious of others. She often acts with compassion, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She is very humble, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she rarely feels discouraged. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She occasionally overindulges, and she mutters under her breath when she's bored. She winks during conversations. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. What? Krug Smash's water short for it? What was the name of that one? I remember it. I watched it, but I can't remember the name of it. You cannot do that on mobile? Well, then it's just a surprise. I mean, you can. You just have to leave the stream. I mean, like, actually, no, you absolutely can go to YouTube on mobile. Absolutely can. But in the last few weeks, let's see. Scrolling down my own YouTube channel, I've streamed, let's see, the Dwarf Fort, Vampire Survivors. That game's shit, not worth the $3. Songs of Six. What else have we played? Zomboid. We played some Paparazzi. What else have I played? More Songs of Six because I interviewed the developer. We tried Dawn of Mexico, which I need to play more of. Solash, which is coming out on the 4th, which I'll play more of then. I do need to play more Ultima Ratio Regum. We played some Duck Game on New Year's. I need to finish that Santa playthrough of War Sim. Let's see, Age of Empires sometimes. Not on this channel generally, though. Caves of Cud, looking forward to that new patch. Jupiter Hell's getting a patch soon, which I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that's what I do. Generally, stuff you've never heard of. Generally. Every now and again, there will be something popular, though. And we've got one final dwarf to read, who is, of course, nice years old. Born on the 1st of Moonstone in the year 86. There's always one that's nice. How great is it to be surrounded by family, he says. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. Of course, this is Lawrence. And his very long beard is braided. His short hair is neatly combed, and his heliotrope eyes are very large, have very large irises. His teeth are crowded, and he has a prominent chin. They all have prominent chins. His lips are thick, and his eyebrows are somewhat high. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach, and his ears are free-lobed. The interesting thing about this is, like, you know, dwarves have genetics, right? All of these dwarves have black hair, dark peach skin, or dark-colored skin, and they all have the heliotrope eyes. All the purple eyes. Indefatigable and quite durable, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Like sandstone, iron, I don't know how to pronounce that, chrysoprase? Clear glass, and leopard leather. Oh yeah, there's also cheetahs around here, by the way. Sheep wool and the color pale blue. Scepters and cats for their aloofness. And when possible, prefers to consume mango wine and can't stand cave spiders. They all hate cave spiders. Personally, truly values merrymaking and parties, values independence. When possible, you prefer to consume mango wine, and you can't stand cave spiders. At least it's just mangoes. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, likes to take it easy, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Likes to brawl, and is often cheerful. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and is quite ambitious. He can handle stress. You might be my military leader. He can handle stress and is quite polite. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He has a menacing stare when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. You know what? I think you're going to get my last points. And I think I'm going to put my points into tactician. Those are hard to get. All right. And then I guess we'll bring a plump helmet seed for our last point. And that's it. We're ready to embark. Let's go. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all of the star Besmar. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the lion men get hungry. Do you know the lion man, the lion man, the lion man? The lion man get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Vushdrad. Hotbeards. Chad, do you want to say it? Strike the earth? Or should I? Up to you. Strike the earth. You fucking lion men. What's with all caps fucking lion men? They're fucking lion, man. That's all I'm saying. The lion man stands up. Hey, waterfall. Look at that. Now this is what I was looking for. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my lordy. Look at that trench. Oh my fucking Christ, look at that trench. Let's see, what's at the bottom of that trench? If you want the world, that's it. Let's see, we got giant sponge. Alligator? What else we get? Giant alligator. Oh, fun. More giant sponge. Okay. No, actually, it's a 30Z level waterfall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30! Also, there's alligators up here. And carp that are overcome by fear, apparently. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. The alligator is overcome by terror. Is that because the alligator is about to go over the waterfall? Yeah, I don't blame it. I would be too. There. Okay. What else do we have around here? Very V flat. Ooh. Pepper plants. Eggplants. Nice. We got the horny plant. Avocado trees. We got the hipster and the horny plants. Excellent. We got whip vines. Or we got date palms. We got rye. I mean, rhinestones here. Also, hey, Seth, what's up? No lions currently, just alligator and the token giant alligator. You know, because, okay, let's just hit the dig option. Let's see where that aquifer is. You know, I might just build down to beneath the aquifer. Build like a walkway, like chop down trees and build like a wooden walkway down the edge. Oh, this would absolutely be a saucy hot fortress for sure. Who's the... So, Clowny Cobalt. You know, you said that you got a good roll? You're our expedition leader. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about just hacking down some trees and maybe using this as our entrance, going down the one layer right here, and then just building like along the side of this and building little walkways. Because that right there is where the aquifer ends. Because we can just see the aquifer, right? Like that's the benefit of doing this, is we can just see it. It's right there, right? The other thing, let's see. We have, ooh, sards, cool. Any other gems? This is all mudstone, right? No, it's conglomerate. All right. Conglomerate is like all of the little stones you see. Native silver. Oh. What else do we get? I saw something else too. So there's native silver. What else do we have? Let's zoom out a little bit. Also, there's this whole thing down in the bottom right there. That looks like more silver. Nope, that's galena. So we've got native silver and silver and lead. A lot of granite. Garnerite. That's what? What is garnerite? Ore of nickel. So we do have nickel. Well, that's not optimal, but more garnerite. Well, yeah, because they led us astray, you know? And down here we have a lot of orthoclase. Like fool's gold. But there's deep metals and shallow metals. So this is just the shallow metals, meaning when we hit caverns, there's probably deep. And this map is actually like a normal depth, unlike the other one that we... Or actually, no, it's not actually that deep. It goes down to layers 60. How high does it go? Any cool fish? I can look again. I think it was carp. So yeah, it's 60 layers deep, so it's still pretty shallow. I think this whole world is just pretty shallow, which is fine. But 60 layers is better than 40, which is what the last one was, so... So I guess we'll be building mostly, like, from here down to here. How big is this bottom side? I'm actually kind of thinking about, like, digging down here and then building a bridge across that. It's just so annoying. I don't mind the shallower worlds, but I actually kind of like the depth of it. It makes it feel kind of more epic, but... not too picky in that regard. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I'm thinking like a little wooden walkway that kind of runs down this side, right? Down to about here. And then we can tunnel in here and build a little bit. And then plan to tunnel around here and then a couple layers down over here. Well, it's right behind my camera. Make this into the entrance of the fort. But also, I mean, maybe not. Maybe a bit further down, like down here. Because this is where... this is all diorite. This is where it turns into granite. So maybe where it turns into granite? And we could very easily have like a drowning solution underneath on this side because we have this river right here. I'm not even going to need to do any fancy legwork. It'll just be a matter of building a reservoir. Are you really going to be that guy, Cobb? You're doing a really good job of being the most annoying person in chat today. You know that, right? Your face is a bit phallic looking. You should get it looked at by a doctor. Maybe they can like reorganize your cheekbones so that people actually want to talk to you. All right. Is that a horse? Is that my horse? That's my horse. All right. So first thing I got to do is pasture my animals. All right. That's pen pasture. Select it. Horse, yak, boar, sow. The elves brought you a moose? Oh, wow. Blessed be you. You know, here's the thing, right? Everybody hates elves until they get the opportunity to buy a giant animal from them. And then people love elves. Also, we do need to be a little bit careful about our wood conservation because we are... Can I just say that I didn't look at the translation of the sweltering sand yet? Keshakagan. Keshakagan? Keshakagan. What about mining into the mountain on the west? We could do that. That is also an option. But I'm kind of just... I'm super enthused by this idea of, like, making little walkways along the edge. We don't need to do that. I mean, I could totally just build a tiny little bridge across this river right here. I could absolutely just build a little bridge across this and then run down this side of the hill and then just dig underneath the aquifer down here. We could totally do that. We could also, like, just start digging down up here and then do that. I don't know. I could also build a really big bridge across here and then start building into this. It just takes a little bit of game knowledge to actually trade with them efficiently, right? Well, so remember how I was saying that concert hadn't been canceled yet as of earlier today? Guess what just got canceled? That concert. They just waited until the last possible minute. They just waited until the day before. That's suboptimal. Oh well. I think I'm kind of married to the super impractical roleplay idea of manually mining down. I think I'm very married to that idea. So I think we're going to do that. In regards to fish, because I was asked about fish. See, we've got giant sponge. I guess that's a fish. Tigerfish, milkfish, and carp. Also, there's a monitor lizard. That's actually really cool. I like monitor lizards. Medium-sized reptile. Can be found foraging for food, such as eggs or worms. They are said to be the most intelligent of their kind. Have a switchback path. Oh shit! Yeah, we could totally do like, I don't know, 8 tiles of wood up downstairs or downstairs upstairs. 8 tiles of wood downstairs upstairs. 8 tiles of wood. Make it like a scaffold almost, and then we could totally mine into the mountains down here and like mine out these gems and whatnot, right? And then, cause like I'm pretty, like, okay, so let's go down to like what, layer 25? Like if I were to start building here on this layer, we'd have all of up here to build in, right? Like we could go down to like right, maybe not quite that low, but like right about here. And as long as I go along every single layer like this, and just dig a little hallway and smooth it all, nothing would be able to climb down and nothing would be able to climb up. We should monitor that lizard. I currently that lizard is in my monitor, so we're good. Don't worry. I don't know. Is it a good choice of food? You seem like somebody who's capable of making their own decisions. I've eaten a good lettuce wrap before, with chicken in it. But I'm not your keeper, so you do you. Also, are they worshiping the same deities? Yeah, they are worshiping the same deities. So this is Diamond Crest the Mountainous is a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. 1. Well, I need a woodcutter. Twin. Dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Gave you mine. Let's give you woodcutting. Twin. We're gonna give Hot Man woodcutting. Let's let them go start hacking down those trees. We can figure out where we're gonna go from there. We're also pasturing our animals. Monitor lizard. Lizard! Yeah, basically. We'll see how long until somebody falls off this fucking cliff. Actually, chat, how long is it going to take for somebody to fall off this cliff and drown? Because it's going to happen. It's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. 2 months? That's pretty quick. Within the hour? 3 months? Death to the trees. For right now. We won't need them for very long, though. Especially consider... Well, let's do 2 layers of up downstairs for the initial bit. I think we're going to just do up downstairs until we hit the mudstone. So 1 right there, and then the next one will be an upstairs. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. It's going to take a minute, but... Should I do that for all layers or just the bottom layer cooler? You must make sure the moose becomes a pet. You'll need a dwarf that likes moose, though. So unless you have a dwarf that likes moose, you're not going to get him as a pet. Actually, to do this as well. Gather vermin remains. Restricted traffic area. Do not walk on river. Bad idea. It's not that I don't use priority tools, it's just I forget about them as an option, generally. All right, let's just do this as quickly as possible because this is only something we need to do once. The dwarves will not see this as a valid walking place. Not that they should anyway, but they definitely won't now. Right, flashing colors. We're past halfway. I mean, I've had some pretty fucking cool animals in Long Death. Goats. And it never matters because nobody likes that type of animal enough to make them into a pet. So are seasonal changes to water level a thing? Not to water level, but if you're in a cold biome, they can freeze. Fortunately, it ain't cold here. We're in the fucking desert, so we don't really need to worry about that. But there isn't any tide simulations or anything. On oceans, you'll get waves, and sometimes you can get weirdly large waves. Yes, we are hot beards, not icicle beards. Or frigid beards. Maybe that's what we should call our snow fort when we do that inevitably. Frigid beards. Let's pause this. And there's the top of this. Friggin' beards? I'm sensing a bias on that one, but we'll consider it. Frozen beards? Frozone beards! All right. Letteth beginneth. All right. So, I think we're going to kind of use this wall here as our spot. So we're going to place a boardwalk all the way to the end. And something else I think I'm going to do, this is more for safety than anything, is I'm going to make it slightly wider. How much the dwarves need to drink? No, but if it gets too hot, I have seen dwarves complain about sweltering temperatures before. Dwarves are pretty resistant to high temperatures. That walkway makes you nervous. I kind of love it, isn't it? The cooler underground. Cooler, are you underground? Yes. Dwarf Fortress has like needlessly complicated temperature simulation, so to the point where like it can actively cause lag. They asked, not me, cooler. Get out of my bunker. This is my nuclear bunker. I just replaced the windows on it. Also, shoutouts to Cooler, who does all of the art that you see in this channel. The vast majority of the emotes, the resub animation, the starting soon screen, the panels, the everything. Cooler does all that. If you're ever looking for art, yell at Cooler. He's good at what he does. Oh, they build scaffolds midair? Well, not really. They're adding on to the scaffold, which is connected to the wall. So it's got supports. It's stuck to the wall here. So they run to the end of the scaffold, and then they add on to it, which is stuck to that wall. Cooler actually modified this tile set for me, so we didn't make this whole tile set from the ground up. Although Cooler has been asking about like the Steam version of DF and when sprite sheets are going to get released. So there is kind of a part of me that wants to just help commission a full tile set for Dwarf Fortress once the premium version comes out. But that'll be expensive. Their performer stalled several times. What? To be fair, workers installing the window did complain that the Soviet-grade concrete was too tough. Soviet concrete too tough. Well, naturally. Come on. This shouldn't surprise anybody. That's where we're going to put the next rock piece. All right, so now I've got some dwarves that are just kind of sitting around doing nothing. I'm going to make a carpenter's workshop. That's not the menu I need to be in. Carpenter's shop. Now, nobody's got that gig assigned, so I'm going to see what Hopman wants to do. I'm going to craft a masterwork someday, and you already have woodworking, so you can also be a carpenter. What is that? Holy fucking balls. Burn this fortress to the ground. We have giant jumping spiders, chat. Do jumping spiders have webs? I know I've seen tame giant jumping spiders before, but I'm pretty sure they just attack. No? Who was I saying was going to join my military? Jumping spiders are adorable. This is true. It was Lorenz, right? Yeah. How do you feel about starting to train yesterday? New squad, metal armor. Remove the wood cutting job from you. We'll give you masonry and stone detailing. Giant cuties. To be fair, they are adorable. I would actually, to be clear, I would very much prefer to catch it and keep it as a pet. Very much would prefer that. But I'm going to like prep for the worst, you know? I'm also going to give you engineering, Lorenz. And we are going to make a mechanic shop. Because now I do have a carpenter shop where I'm going to, whoop, where's that? J, cage. Hopefully you understand what I'm doing here. We're making cages, and we're going to make mechanisms, and we're going to try and catch some fun critters to tame later. Car's about to get jump-started. Best of luck. Hope the jump starting works as intended. All right, so we're also going to build a little bridge here. We're also going to build little bridge over here. Giant jumping. Oh, we also have a giant moth. That's real cool. So I love moths in real life. Moths are beautiful. People don't give moths enough credit. They are so fucking beautiful looking. They're just like night butterflies. I obviously, you know, I don't like little moths that like get into things that you need mothballs to kill. But like big like night moths, I love. They're so pretty. Their cute little fuzzy faces. Man, could you imagine? One of the coolest forts I ever defended, this was over a year ago now. I had a fort that was attacked repeatedly by two things. Giant undead ravens with elves riding on them, and giant undead moths with elves riding on them. Like, in real life or in Dwarf Fortress? I never know what people are talking about when they say things like that, Mr. Anderson. So this is all, or not all, partially aquifer. If I dig down to here, because the aquifer is right here, right? If I dig down here and start, like, digging out this area right here, will I get drips from this above? No, right? Oh, I get you. Yeah, that's cool. I love moths. Moths are awesome. Thought you were seeing a night hummingbird? I mean, that's still just as cool as seeing a moth, in my opinion. So once we get down to here, maybe here, this is going to become a bridge that goes across here. This is going to look really confusing when it's done, I'm not going to lie. And we need rock to be able to use these cage traps. I guess what I could do is I could, like... So this is all mudstone. Should I start channeling in here and give them, like, temporary sleeping spaces for the construction of this fortress? Or should we try and just get onto the other side quicker and sleep over there? Because I'm always super down to, like, make temporary forts. Because for me, RP-wise, it's really cool to do that. What do you guys think? Build temporary fort or just wait until we can move to the other side? You'll sleep under the cart. So is that, like, argument for temporary fort? I have a feeling, like, I'll probably, like, abandon and reclaim this fort a couple of times. This game's all about role-playing. Hobgoblin. It could be repurposed as, like, a military training spot. It could also be repurposed as, like, a guest hostel. I mean, like, this whole world, right? I'm planning on making many forts in this world. And I do plan on returning to forts and using them as spots for adventurers. So because I'm planning on doing that, I don't have an issue with, like, say, abandoning this fort, starting a new fort in, like, let's just say next week, and then coming back to this fort afterwards, and then going vice versa. Dry season has come. So we have the wet season and the dry season. 2 seasons. Wet season and the dry season. So making a temp fort then? All right. Digging into mudstone. It is. It shall be done. It shall be done. Especially in a world where we have giant jumping spiders running around outside. Like, as cute as jumping spiders are, if there were giant jumping spiders running around, I'd be building a shelter. Just gonna put that out there. All right. So maybe go down to this level. What, the spoder? I mean, maybe. I'm hoping not. I mean, it could just take my stairs, so it doesn't really matter. Also, we might be getting traders in a minute. I don't really have anything to trade except for some cages. Yes, absolutely, they would totally eat people. Or my pigs, for that matter. So what type of plants are these? Carpet grass. Olives! We have olives! Can you do anything with olives? I don't even know what zoysia is, but we've got kumquats. It's the funnest edible thing to say. Macadamia nuts. Excellent. I usually buy those from elves. What else do we have? More kumquats. More kumquats. Pomelos. Ooh. Have a mod list? Don't have any mods. Playing completely vanilla. I mean, I have a tile set, which is that. Don't be that guy, Ryan. Although, actually, is your dwarf racist? And that guy spit. That guy. Just remember, Ryan, you have to shake your finger up and down when you're trying to remember something. No, you're pretty standard. Pretty standard for dwarf. Can dwarfs make cookies? Yes. I mean, they can make flour things, sort of. So kinda? You know, I'm actually just not going to trade the first year because I don't know where the traders are going to spawn. You'd consider biscuits cookies? You'd consider a pig tallow biscuit a cookie? Because dwarves make biscuits, but they're very rarely made of dwarven sugar and dwarven flour. Theoretically, you can make dwarven sugar, and you can also make dwarven flour. You can also make honey and royal jelly, all of which are cookable. So no, yes, maybe, sorta. Kind of like shortbread. Yeah, but except it usually ends up getting made out of spleen. So it'll be like dwarven sugar, pig heart, and biscuit. You know, not what I would describe as appetizing, but I don't know, you do you. I don't think I would personally consider dwarven biscuits cookies. It feels like the bread discussion. When will dwarves learn to make bread? Answer, no? White chocolate macadamia? White chocolate macadamia nut cookies is the only thing worth purchasing from Subway. You see, Hot Man? We understand each other. Why would you waste sugar on food when you can make booze out of it? It's just like, why would you bother fishing? You can't make booze out of fish. Being silly. Sheesh. The only thing more offensive to dwarves than other dwarves is fishing. Let's make a little wooden stockpile, or a little wood stockpile right along here. Tim's okay. Welcome back for a second month. Yeah, he's still okay. Cheers. Caravan. Okay, so the caravan did arrive in a usable spot. But we're just going to talk with them. We're not going to actually, what is that? A chameleon woman? Well, the dogs are fighting with it. And it dives into the water and runs away as an escape. Are there others? Yeah, it's just the one. The dwarves attacked it. Militia commander Lorenz hit it. Punched it in the lower body with his right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. She looked sick. The militia commander punched her again. Punches the chameleon woman in the first finger of their right hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. So punches her and her finger explodes, right? And then screams, "I must withdraw!" And then she dove into the water and swam away, thus escaping with a lot of injuries. Was there more to that? Oh yeah, there was more to that. She got a lot of injuries from the dog as well. Yeah, it looks like most of her injuries came from my dogs. They bit her head. I am not fast-forwarding time, no. There is no speed options in Dwarf Fortress. You can speed up the frame rate, but the frame rate slows down naturally over time, so I am not speeding up time, no. This is just the speed of the game. Yeah, that was quite the fight. All right, well. Time to reorganize everything. Here comes the outpost liaison who speaks with our expedition leader, Clowny Cobalt Muthcat, and says, "There is much to share. Information has been added to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants?" And I say, anvils, because I don't actually know what I'm going to need. So let's just say anvils for right now. And then they say, let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft dwarf ship. And I will say, okay, blocks, cut gems, quivers, leg wear, cheese, windows, backpacks, figurines, crutches, and armor. All right, figurines it is. And Rith says, farewell, Muthcat. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall as one. And I will check the news now, see what's going on the map. That's the wrong button. News and happenings. Very quiet. So, this is the world map, right? We're right here in the center. Bunch of goblins up here. Bunch of humans up here. My home is up here. And I also am like convinced that, yeah, this area is inaccessible from my location. Yeah, so I can't do anything up here. It's all inaccessible. But we got world's our oyster as far as this down area over here is concerned, so that's pretty cool. Karma, chameleon lady. Figurines, yep. 4 doctors, med school must have just finished. Oh, that's great. Sounds like they must have just gotten into a war or something. I always wonder when, like, you get a whole bunch of migrants and they're all strand extractors, it's like, what were you doing? Fucking being silly, fighting with demons? All right. So I think this layer is where we go and start digging. I don't know when we're going to hit aquifer, so. Now, I do need a couple miners. So, Ronald, grab a pick. Also, we'll give you stone detailing because you want to create a work of art. And Clowny Cobalt, can you also grab a pick, please? You know, Hobgoblin, there's some things that you can answer for yourself on the Dwarf Fortress wiki. Let's look it up. I'm sure you'll figure out what you're looking for. Strand extraction is a trap. School is a trap that'll leave you stranded with no commonly useful skills. Yep. And if you do find somewhere with that skill being used, you're probably going to die. Just a probably. No, but if people ask questions like that, I'll just give you the wiki and say look it up yourself. Especially if you've been irritating me all day, which that person has been. But what do you want to know about rock nuts? Rock nuts are great for oil. Kind of like olive oil. Why? Because you're asking a stupid question. By Dwarf Fortress's standards. You also said that this river looks like a penis, which means I don't take anything that you say for the rest of the day seriously, and will not answer your questions and be annoying. Because you said this river looks like a penis. Be a dick. Get treated like one. So we have a couple migrants. I'm just gonna let them all show up, but the first one's a legendary weaponsmith, which is pretty good. Hold on. Did I see fish working? Let you do that. 102 years old, born on the 24th of Opal in the year 53. You said it was phallic? Yep. You want me to take you seriously? Don't say things that make people not want to take you seriously. Geshud and Ral. Hey, look at that. Geshud and Ral. Husband and wife. Did they bring their kids? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, would you look at this? Ral's got a lover. Missed him. I wonder if they know anybody. Well, would you look at this? Cajun Bard. I don't know if you're lurking, but Cajun Bard is this dwarf's cousin. If there's any other family tree members from previous fort. Rocknut paste check. Yep. And they make little pucks, and you can do things with the pucks, and yeah, it's good times. You haven't irritated me at all, Illicit. Really. In order to be irritating, you have to consistently ask questions that make my eyes roll. Also, their kid is Animal. So, Animal's mom and dad just showed up. Animal's mom and dad just showed up. Again, I don't know if Animal's here, but your mom and dad are in the fort. Anybody want to be Animal's mom or dad? Because they both just showed up. Also, so did a legendary stonecrafter. So you're a legendary fishery worker. I do not need that at all. We'll just give you a mining pick and we'll figure out what we get to do with you later. Dream of mastering a skill. Hold tight with resources when working on projects. She tends to be a little... She can handle stress. Okay, is often cheerful. Sure. Bit ambitious. Ooh. You know, I've stated that I'm not going to take any questions that you say seriously or answer them respectfully, so I will just say, what kind of cuck do you think I am? Christ. Sheesh. Hey, Sylph. What's up? Anybody want to be Animal's mom or dad? We've got Animal's parents in here. Also, Cobb, this is way too entertaining for me, so I'm just going to continue being an ass to you. Frankly. You already have 2 dwarves in this world. Saw it off for 20 minutes, freeways. Christ. Send you in, Coach? Smills? Alrighty. So this dwarf is Geshud. Mills. Mill. I think this is how you say that. I'm going to leave the X's out for my own sanity's sake. Because otherwise I'm going to think that your name is degrading into lower quality. She's married to Ral and has 2 children. Animal and Id. Round construct. Constructed roundly. So, Cobb, like, to be completely blunt with you, right? Act like a respectable human being and get treated like one. Act like a non-respectable human being and I won't treat you like one. I'm a very nice person, but I have this habit of singling out people and picking on them if they annoy me. You've done a very good job of annoying me. You've asked if I'm playing Fortnite already. You've said that my fort looks phallic, and now you're talking to me about my finances. Frankly, a lot of that stuff is none of your business, first and foremost. Sometimes I do talk about crypto stuff. I'm interested in the technology, but I wouldn't consider myself a crypto guy. I think the technology is interesting. Similarly to the fact that I think that, like, any technology is interesting. You never disrespected me? Yes, you have. Multiple times. So you have a decision to make. Either continue acting like someone who I shouldn't respect, or act like an adult. That's your choice. You can do either, but it's totally, the ball's in your court at this point. She is 152 years old, born on the 15th of Granite in the year 23. Wow, you an old dwarf. She is muscular and her hair is straight. Her very long hair is neatly combed. Her ears have large hanging lobes, and her heliotrope eyes are slightly protruding. Her nose is slightly hooked, and her dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is gray with flecks of white. No question is a bad question, but ask a dumb question and get a dumb answer. Ask a disrespectful question, get a disrespectful answer. She likes just gypsum plaster and electrum, yellow jasper and water buffalo hoof. Nurse shark tooth, good luck getting that. Coral and crossbows and backpacks and animal traps and donkeys for their stubbornness. The sound of the embraces of satin, and when possible prefers to consume custard apple cider, and absolutely hates moon snails. Has an iron will and a good feel for social relationships. I think we're going to just put you in the military, actually. You should. Ah, I forgot about that command cooler. She personally thinks friendship is important, and finds blind honesty foolish, and dreams of mastering a skill. In the middle of a lake that's 3 Z levels deep, you didn't realize it would completely freeze that many Z levels down? Wait, what do you mean? Can you take a screenshot? I'm curious about what you mean. Children, I think, is the command that you're looking for. But kids would be a much easier command to remember. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and tends to hang on to grievances and can handle stress. She's often cheerful and isn't particularly ambitious, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. And she holds her breath when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. The dwarves elect a mayor once you hit a certain number. And they decide upon who is the expedition leader based on stats. However, the player can replace the expedition leader or mayor up to a certain point. But once you start talking about royalty, then the only way to replace them is to drop them into a volcano. So, yes and no. Also, president? No, this game's like medieval fantasy. So, king, queen, baron. Things of the like. Her talents and she holds her breath. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and holds her breath when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Anybody want to be Ral, that dwarf's hubby? Who's 102 years old. Man, married an older lady much. Any takers? Last gunslinger. So you already have another dwarf, so we'll just call you gunslinger. Not to be confused with last gunslinger. Completely different dwarf. So you are married. Also, Nox, who is in this fortress. Okay, so this is fucking funny. Nox. Who remembers Nox from yesterday? Anybody? Nox is still alive. And Nox is here. Anyway, last gunslinger, your kid is Nox. Nox made it to the fort. What the fuck? Exactly. So, for reference, this dwarf did battle with a giant crab that shot webs and sat there getting webs shot at him while getting his head cut open for, I don't know, 3 days in game at least, maybe a week. Literally just kept getting stabbed in the head, starving to death, and dying of thirst for a couple of weeks. In the second cavern layer, after getting locked in the cavern layer because I kind of flooded the fort. Anyway, it's a long story. But Jesus. Literally did battle with a giant fucking crab for a week. At least, probably longer. It was 47 pages of combat. Because, and get this, there's only one reason this dwarf didn't die. The one reason this dwarf didn't die was because the giant crab wasn't cutting him with his pinchers. It was slapping him with an article of clothing. I can't actually remember what the clothing was. You need to go check the VOD. But he wasn't stabbing him. He was slapping him with an article of clothing that he'd equipped. So literally just sat there whipping this dwarf in the head for, I mean, they are beasts meant to be forgotten. A woolen glove? Was it a glove? Okay, so giant crab that shoots webs slapped this dwarf over the head for a couple of weeks with a wool glove. And managed to, I was very frustrated at the time. I was ready to rage quit. And the funny thing was, he got so covered in webs we couldn't de-web him. Like, it was, the doctors would immediately cancel the job. So we literally bugged this dwarf out, so I had to expel him. So I actually expelled him and forgot about him and thought he just died. Starved to death or something. But he's here! Nox made it! She is hopeless after suffering a major injury. God, I wonder why. Her neck bears marks of numerous old wounds. Chief among them is a massive jagged scar. Yeah-huh. Yeah-huh. So Nox tuned in yesterday, and I was like, Nox, I got bad news. You're in tears. This is Dwarf Fortress. This is Dwarf Fortress. How are you not dead? Well, also, you know what's even better? Is she's older than Animal's dad. She's married to Animal, for one thing. But Ral, who is married to their mum, is younger than them, too. So, who's the gold digger here? Mom or dad? Or it's stepdad, obviously, but... Nox is going to single-handedly destroy this fort. Someone has to. How did she get here? Dwarves from other forts in the same faction will just migrate to new forts. The game prioritizes them. Or dwarves that have been in previous forts with the intent of telling stories. That is funny. Oh my Christ. Anyway, who else do we have? We have a stonecrafter. Are you related to anybody? Not that I'm seeing. All right. Does anybody want to be Bembool? Any takers? Okay. You have 2 children, or he has 2 children, and you are 93 years old, born on the 17th of Hematite in the year 62. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his long beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his heliotrope eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is black with some gray, and his skin is dark peach. Oh, also, in regards to the crab, we killed it, and it was delicious. We ate crab legs for the next 6 years. They're probably still eating those crab legs, in fact. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven. His heliotrope eyes are protruding, and his hair is black with some gray. His skin is dark peach. He's incredibly tough and agile. Personally, values peace over war and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. Never felt hatred towards anyone or anything, and tends to be passive in discussions. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and tends to make a small mess of his own possessions. He's grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He occasionally overindulges and can handle stress. You're joining the military. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and lowers his eyes when he's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the waking day. The waking day. And what is up, Kettle? Or Cattle? So, yeah, Bamboo, you join military. All right, there's Knox, I think. Nope, that's just a minor. Okay, so this dwarf came from the Bear Tower. Of course, if anybody else wants dwarves, let me know. But this miner also came from the other fort, also dreams of mastering a skill, and is a nervous wreck after getting caught in the rain once. But is brave in the face of imminent danger. Nervous wreck, also brave in the face of imminent danger. Something didn't add up here. Ambitious and grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. 75 years old. You can join the military. And Anguiva. Another person from the old fort. In fact, is completely helpless in stressful situations after seeing Pilot die, or after seeing Pilot's dead body. And is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness, and will just leave things strewn about without a care after being caught in the rain once. Tries to do things correctly each time. Well, that's a dwarf. Give you a pick. It's quite the migrant wave. Up to 15. What do we get? Just give you all of the metalsmithing. And you've got plenty of jobs already. All right. There's Knox. There's Animal. All right. So we got Lorenz, Twin, Clowney, Cobalt, Ronald, Navy Vet, Smill, Tim's okay, Gunslinger, Rhinestone, Animal, Knox, and Hopman. You asking for a dwarf, wave depletion, or cattle? You're 75 years old, born on the 16th of Galena in the year 80. You are married and you left your wife elsewhere. You worship a lot of gods, and your aunt is Smill, and Ral Gunslinger is your uncle. You have any other family member? Oh, you're on friendly terms with Joe, a friend from another fort. You're also a passing acquaintance with Tail Grand Master, Pigfinite, Tele B, and Wesselam, as well as KD8. You'll take a dwarf. Wait, what? Sure. Although I'll probably just have to call it what, because I think you have another dwarf in the world. His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is neatly combed and his very long hair is braided. His teeth are tangled and his tall, narrow ears have fused lobes. His hair is black and his skin is dark peach. He personally thinks that introspection is valueless, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and dreams of mastering a skill. All right? He's a nervous wreck, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He enjoys the company of others, and is quite ambitious. Grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. Is quick to anger, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and is quick to form negative views about things. Lots of dwarves have tangled. Oh, you were asking for a dwarf? Then I'll give you a dwarf before wait what. Yeah, you weren't very clear about that. I wasn't sure if you were saying hello or asking for a dwarf. So I will give you a dwarf before wait what, because you did ask first. He tends to talk rapidly when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't care about anything anymore. Really doesn't care about anything. That's very good. And then the last one that I have here, well, actually I have two. Actually, I can just give cattle first choice. So what do you, or rather, no, I don't have two. No, I do have two. I keep reading Techgood and then thinking Techgood as in like the YouTuber, but, so What would you prefer? A woodworker or an engraver? Let's see if we get any more. I think that's probably it. Yes, that is it. Woodworker or engraver? What do you prefer? Promise that there won't be any holes in the moat this time. Don't drop any boulders in the moat. Yeesh. I'll just leave that on repeat for a wee bit. Stone located? Of course. Where? Ah, okay. Well, this is very much going to be a very... small living space. Mostly just like a sleeping space. Woodworker? Okay. I missed the E. Caddy Lars. Larks? Whew, you have lots of families. He is 56 years old, born on the 1st of limestone in the year 99. An artisan, the materials, and the tool to shape them. You're glum. You are another one of these dwarves with a billion objects of worship. You have a lover and a bunch of deities that you worship. The lover is not in this fort. Do you have any named or recognizable friends? None that I'm seeing. All right, so you're kind of new to us. Interesting. You are glum after getting into an argument, and his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided. His hair is clean-shaven, and his eyes have large irises. His he is average in size, and his somewhat short ears are very splayed out. His heliotrope eyes have large irises, and he has a broad chin. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is black. His skin is dark peach, and his lips are somewhat thin. Like saltpeter, tin, shell, opal, and clear glass, hagfish, leather, and the color chartreuse, gems and warhammers, and gauntlets and crowns and toy boats, and alpacas for their wool, jaguars for their spotted coats, and the words of the orbs meditating. When possible, prefers to consume giant eye and white spotted puffer, chicory and turnip wine, and cannot stand jumping spiders. How about giant jumping spiders? Because we do have those running around. Mostly just naming dwarves. Hobgoblin. You don't want to go to work today? You know, I feel that, except me not wanting to go to work is me not wanting to stream. I don't know, like, if that's, like, all... Like, I know, like, work is work, right? Doesn't really matter what you're doing, but there are days where it's just like, man, I don't want to turn the stream on. Wow. Where did that come from? Kind of came out of nowhere. All right. He has an utterly languid pace of living. Calm and slow. His towers of rule. But conflicted by this, since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's not driven. And rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He is not careful with resources. I'm going to speed up. He's not careful with resources when working on projects and spends unnecessary effort. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He often feels discouraged, and he can handle stress, often feels envious of others, and tries to keep things orderly. Has an active sense of humor and laughs loudly whenever he's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and I think I'm going to add you to the Copper Mirrors, which is my military squad. And then the last one, which is what? Solon. What? Feels fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. Do you have any family? Ocean Bug is your aunt from the previous fort. Hops is your uncle from the previous fort. The Outpost Liaison is your cousin. That's kind of funny. Look at that. I wonder if they want to go bowling. And you have a pet duckling. You worship a few deities. Be passing acquaintances. He's 132 years old, born on the 26th of Opal in the year 23. He is corpulent, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his slightly close-set heliotrope eyes are slightly protruding. His ears are somewhat short, and his hair is gray with a touch of white. His skin is dark peach. Personally, doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Although, actually, Cobb, you probably missed the whole bit about the giant crab and the webs and the dwarf from the previous fort, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations after seeing Pilot die, or his Pilot's dead body in the year 152, and is completely oblivious to any concept of neatness and will just leave things streamed about without a care. Doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Giant enemy web crab, actually. About bowling in GTA yesterday randomly. I kind of, there's a part of me that wants to play like Vice City again, but also I don't want to give Rockstar money for it, so it's not gonna happen. See ya, cousin. You want to go bowling? He tries to do things correctly each time, and he can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He doesn't focus on material goods and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Not racist, that's good. And is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Focused with satisfied needs. Great company, terrible company. Horribly horrible to their employees. Terribly secretive about things they shouldn't be, and they have a tendency to money gouge. Awful company. Fuck Rockstar. They haven't been good since they were called DMA Design. Let's mine this out a little more on this side. Nihilist duck owner? Aren't we all? I mean, come on. Customers tend to love them. People who know anything about the industry don't, though. All right. Doesn't give a quack. Some kind of quackery, that's for sure. You want to give Disney any money just to get another copy legally? Yep, I feel that. All right, let's do this. Those are beds. They're going to be open to the elements, just kind of sitting on the side of a cliff. I don't like this visual, though. What is that? Oh. Apparently a kitten ended up in the fort. Well, that's horrible. Who let the kitten in? I'll have to eat it. All right. Make an upstairs. Which I don't need to make out of conglomerate. Make them out of wood. Yeah, I don't know. There's plenty of games and companies that I used to respect in this industry, but between reports from people who work at those companies and just their business practices, it's like, yeah, I respect for Rockstar. I haven't had any respect for Rockstar in a long ass time. This past year is like very much set that nail in stone. Like, I mean, just fucking shit all over your own legacy with a claim at a Ultimate Edition and for remasters of classic IP that made you, have a little fucking respect for the work that you do instead of just putting out absolute shit. I mean, after Grand Theft Auto Trilogy Reforged, it's like, yeah, no, you've proven that you're just as dead as ActiBliz. Good job. Nobody should care about you anymore. Especially people who liked them during their heyday. Like, why do you even bother? All right, so this should be enough space for us to do a little bit. That fucking thing? Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, so this is more just for aesthetics than anything, but I'm going to put one wall piece on this corner. But there is actually a reasoning for it. Makes sense in a minute. I'm going to build a wall up here. Just a small barricade wall. Palisade wall, maybe? Money, money, money. Must be funky in a rock star's world. Let's do this. Sweet. And this. Hey, Athros. Hope you had good meetings. Hope they were productive and not too bad. What even is that? Oh, willow fruit. Hold on a second. Willow fruit. Willow trees have fruit? No, they don't. Dwarf Fortress, why are you being weird? Huh. Alright, well. Water contaminants. Let's go. I wonder how many things have died falling down this. Not only are they dying, but they're getting obliterated. Rotten carp. Oh, there's a toad. Various pieces of milkfish. Cool. It begins. The bottoms of waterfalls are always a fucking graveyard. Always a goddamn graveyard. Rather involved JavaScript. You're having fun trying to recreate it. Oh, awesome. I mean, it, like, at the end of the day, it needs to, like, if you're actively working on that shit for what I think you're working on, Aqua, I mean, it needs to pull from just a group of people that are live. I don't know how involved that is, but hopefully it's not too involved. Glad you're having fun with it regardless. Self-chumming river? Yep, they do that. Building little wall pieces. Deconstruct this. Trying to make this area feel a little bit safer. Just a little bit safer. In case, like, some crazy person tries to push somebody, you know? Because as suicidal as I like to be in Dwarf Fortress, I don't really like it when people needlessly go splat. It's good when they go splat when they needed to go splat, but if they don't need to go splat, I don't want them to go splat. You're out of the loop trying to expand your horizons? Itch.io is actually my favorite platform to buy from, period, because itch.io is the only platform that gives the developer control over how much money the developer makes when listing a page. So they can literally be like, Itch makes no money off of this product, Itch makes all of the money off of this product, or they can be like, Itch makes 10%, which is the default, which is generally what developers use. But itch.io it's DRM free. They do have a launcher if you want a launcher, just itch.io/app, I think. And yeah, it's like GOG, but not run by a kind of transphobic company, which GOG kind of is sometimes. GOG's fine, But, like, they've said enough stupid shit on their social media that I'm kind of like, squinty eyes at you. Also, generally, amazing variety and, like, probably the best place to find demos just in the industry right now. That at least weeping willows have fruits, not the kind that we would eat, I guess, so just not edible to humans. It was kind of a, admittedly, when it comes to GOG, it was a while ago. It was like 2017, 2018 when they first started doing that, and then there was some related to the release of Cyberpunk, where they were just like, hey, a super poor taste transphobic joke. And then everybody just kind of looks at them and goes, what the fuck, guys? Which is basically how that went. So, fortunately, they've been a bit better about that, but they've been bad enough about it that it's like, I remember it. So. Wait, really? There's an Android app for Itch? Today I learned. But yeah, no, Itch is absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend Itch. Like, in my opinion, use GOG. GOG is a good platform. Just their PR is kind of stupid sometimes, is what I would call that. There's a lot of things that aren't right in this world, Cobb, and it never stopped anyone. Unfortunately. All right, so I'm going to jump up. I'm going to make 2 mason shops. And we're going to make 2 more cage traps. Too close to the edge. Noted. So hopefully, and I'm also going to make a small animal stockpile right here. So hopefully, we can get them giant jumping spiders. Giraffes! I can't remember the last time I saw giraffes. Look at that. Neck do be long. A huge leaf-eating mammal. It has an extremely long neck. And a distinctive brown and white pattern. Yeah, GOG hasn't done enough for me to stop using GOG, but GOG has done enough that, like, I squint at some of the things they say. So, that's kind of my take on GOG. We're going to make a little rectangle meeting room right here. Meeting zone. We're going to add a inn/tavern. So, chat, I know that this is your favorite thing, right? What do we name the tavern? Actually, hold on a second. Is the word flowing in here? Flower. The flood of beer. Archophobia. Is that the fear of heights? The flood of beer is what I came up with. The Last Stand. Shade Ridge Inn. Is inn a word? The wobbly giraffe. The wobbly giraffe. Actually, that's good. How about we called it the trim? Trim gerbil. Gerbil trim. That's not what I want you to do. It's like an adjective. Dangerous. Dangerous. Edge? Hedge. The dangerous knowledge of beer. Unfortunately, wobbly is not a word in DF. Climax. The dangerous bottom of beer. That is dangerous when you run out of beer. Ageless, dangerous bottom of beer. I don't think slope is a word. What's the problem? The dangerous slop bottom of beer. Yeah, I don't know. Let's generate this a couple times, see what we get. The contained blockade. The slippery blockade. That we're getting somewhere. How about the slippery mountain? Fakeronal. Fuckeronal. I think that's what that says. I always read the buckets as a U because that's what they're supposed to be. I mean, we could call it the slippery mountain inn, maybe? The slippery inn mountain. Yeah. I could do the slippery inn. I could do the slippery dinner. Let's do the slippery dinner inn, actually. Slippery dinner inn. It's about as close as I'm gonna get, I think. The slippery dinner inn. All right, now we need some tables. We did our best. Do you drink a beer there? Even with its open floor plan design and, like, you know, cliff right there. All we need is a giant buzzard to fly in here and everybody just goes, whee! And this is going to be a very small temple to no specific deity. The polished deification. Citizens only, rename location. The fall. That, you know, the abyssal fall. Take 2 steps to the left, and that's the abyssal fall. All right. Citizens and long-term residents only. All right. And then Q, make beds. A dormitory. All right. This is going to be very cramped for a bit, but we'll make it work. Try not to drop your food or your wine or your baby, all of which are easily droppable because that's at the bottom, which is a whole lot of water. And there's a giant alligator down here who's terrified. We've already managed to drop wood. What was that? There was a bee over there for a second there. Oh, it's probably the barn owl. We've got a giant snail. We've also got a... Yeah, it's the barn owl. Probably diving for fish. All right. We can cancel that. Make a bunch of tables. Any way to tell how fast the water is moving? Eyeball it. I mean, these are floating fruits that are getting pushed over the edge, right? But generally, it's just eyeball it. So then they fall down here. And I also will need, what time of year is it? Late autumn. Need a trading depot. Let's give you architecture for right now, Dwarf. 30. 30. It's quite a high cliff. To the point where, like, I have a feeling that the caverns are probably right below that river. I need to be careful. Yeah, right? It's pretty big. It's a biggins. It's for absolute sure. Round lime. And then back here, we're going to need a door. Behind that door, we're going to need a room. This is going to be food storage. Food and drink storage. Because we do need to get food and drink down there. We're also going to need to start growing something somewhere. I think we'll make the area where we grow also. Boys, that's sand. We can make glass. Got a 15 weapons, 15 skill weaponsmith that seems good for a migrant wave. That's not bad. I mean, I got a legendary weaponsmith, but you know. I mean, you're playing in my world, right? Check their relations and see if anybody's named. Because if you're playing in this world, they might be from my previous fort. If you're playing the Crimson Pulley. Yeah, check if they have any family members or anybody from the previous fort. All right. Farm plots. Let's just do 1. 2 of them. That's a paved road, not a farm. Farm. And then right next to that, we will put a food stockpile. I'm gonna go right there. And this is going to be for just seeds. Because it's seeds, I will remove everything else. No barrels, no nothing. He'll take my dwarven clones. My dwarf troopers. So, does that dwarf have any relation? Or is it just a high-skilled dwarf? All right, then up here, we will put another food stockpile. for everything but seeds. Matron Boy. Thank you very much for that brand new Prime sub. A couple new subs today. I'm not sure what's going on, but cheers. Thank you much for swinging by with that brand new subscription. Swinging by to drop your Prime sub. Hope the algorithms aren't treating you so bad. It's been all right recently. Been all right. Been better, been worse. What's that? A weird colored barrel. A tower cap. Wine barrel. Look at that. Should also make 2 Dwarf shops and make some mugs. We gonna need cups. We gonna need lots and lots of cups. You love the waterfall slide forts. I mean, the fish don't seem to be loving it. I mean, considering like the very first thing that I saw in this fort was a fish overwhelmed by fear because they keep falling and going splat. The pile of dead fish begins. But seriously, look at this waterfall. Look how tall that is. It's ridiculous. 30 Z levels, man. 30 Z levels. It's great. The question is, do you approve of the very slow construction of scaffolds that I've been doing? You know, fish, bits of crocodile, probably eventually bits of dwarves. Also, shoutouts to this duckling who just lives here. Was brought. Yeah, that is indeed a large waterfall. Doing a 24-hour stream? When did I say that? I do not have the ability. You know how earlier I was saying, like, act like an adult and be treated like an adult? Now you're just straight up putting false words into my mouth. Which is very appreciated, and thank you. I will definitely continue to treat you with respect for that. Wrong with people. Yeah, I have physical disabilities that do not allow me to do things like that, so absolutely not. Nox is not allowed anywhere near the waterfall. I mean, Nox is probably invincible at this point. That's what I was thinking, Robotic Ronald. It's like, I don't mind them, but like, every fourth thing they say just makes me want to like punch a puppy. Very fun cliffside building. Yeah, nobody's fallen yet. Lots of wood just fell. Actually, did the wood crush the bodies? Wonder. That should do that. Nope. Nope. Cool. It's better priorities. But I'm glad I'm not the only person who thinks that, Ronald. You're in class after Embark. Is the cliffside the plan, or is it just what happened? I've been looking for big waterfalls and big rivers this entire world, so... Like, you know how some people who play Dwarf Fortress, like, love? Highly doubtful. You'll probably get banned at the rate you're going. Give it another hour, Cobb. I love large waterfalls and connecting with large rivers. I was hoping this would be a large river, actually. But I will take this being the only major river. So, yeah, no, we are building along the side. We're actually building down past the aquifer, so I don't need to dig through it. I could dig through it. It's just a mild aquifer. But, like, we are going to build scaffolds down to here and then start digging from down here. My headcanon is we are going to use this side as construction. We're going to start building the entrance over here, or maybe not right here, probably a little further down, closer to about here, right where it turns into granite, which is right there. So we're going to build the entrance in a bridge over here, basically. Well, you see, we have very few rules here, Hobgoblin, right? But the most important rule is act like an adult. You are doing the best job of not acting like an adult that I've seen in a very long time. Winter has arrived on the calendar. Also, I only give VIP badges to other streamers, so unless you stream and are a friend of mine, then you'll never get a VIP badge. Speaking of people who annoy me sometimes, but I feel real bad about, how you doing, Ocelot? I hope you've been all right. In reality, yes. In Dwarf Fortress, no, they're an infinite, like, fucking chasm of water that will just infinitely drip until you go nuts. Or if it's a heavy aquifer, it's like a fucking torrent. It's like, you chip, 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 pff, jet of water shoots past. I've been okay. Yeah. Messing around in this younger world instead of Long Death. To kind of change things up. Also, people on YouTube have more or less confirmed that they want to continue seeing Long Death, but also other things to change it up is good too. So it's funny because there was a bunch of people way back at the beginning of Long Death who were like, "This is going to turn into Farlands or bust," and yeah, it really is. Absolutely, Lawrence. If you want to get through a heavy aquifer, go somewhere where it freezes. Just wait for winter. Wait for it to freeze and then just dig through. Very much helps. Makes things a lot easier. Making some mugs. No, because it's ice, so it's not wet. It's just ice. You dig through ice like any other item. The problem is you have to make sure that you don't freeze your dwarves in it, which is the difficult bit at that point. So once we get down to that granite layer, I'm going to make some bedrooms. Also, we can build tables. And chairs, obviously. Ice walls will melt when the winter ends, so be wary. Just not even going to acknowledge that one. Also, I just realized that my bot's frozen, apparently. Hold on. Yep, my bot's dead. Hold up, gotta restart it. Give it a sec. Ask a stupid question. Get silenced by gods. All right. I'm not going to explain to you why that question was stupid. Hey, Nox has given birth to a boy. Well, that's why you forced yourself to survive. Brand new baby boy. Question is, what do we name the baby boy? I think we name Stukos. Salat. The youngest soul in chat. He is the son of Nox, the invincible, and Animal. The animal. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He is average in size, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. Consider this apology for me being a douche the last time you were here, man. And his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and he has a prominent chin. His hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. His eyes are heliotrope, and his nose is slightly upturned. You clearly don't have 710 Cobgoblin, but it's okay. You already know that. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes, Cobgoblin. No. Shortening my lifespan by giving me unneeded stress. What's the funniest joke you've made all day? You know, to be fair, Stone has a point here. That is actually the funniest joke that you've made all day. It's the full and total and complete acknowledgement of your asinine behavior.
Unnecessary stress is the story of my life.
Isn't that just called being alive, though, at a point, Diagman? Also, thank you very much for the 56th month. Welcome back for the 56th time. Thank you for continuing to subscribe and continuing to support this channel. You're awesome. Hope you've been well. And I hope things have been good. Hope the year's been all right so far. Also, you probably get this a lot, but every time you come into my chat now, I'm always tempted to joke about you owning, like, Activision Blizzard. But I know that that's incorrect. I shouldn't do that, should I? Also, holy crap, I actually won an investment for once. That never happens. It's like 40% of the time that I win, maybe 30. Right, planting plump helmets. Plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets. And helmets, plump helmets, pigtails, plump helmets. We'll put some brewers up here and a kitchen up here. They're like that cousin that you like to forget about. The company that owns my company owns Activision Blizzard. I mean, they own everybody. Like, at this point, the only people that they don't own is me. Like, it's just how monopolies work, man. I don't even like playing Monopoly. I think I'm a free spirit. You think you are? I mean, I'm actually owned by Amazon, probably. They own my soul. Considering there's big Amazon labels on all of my paychecks. Alright. No plant to brew drink from, but that's fine. Can gain more. And one of these needs to be assigned to... You know what? We'll give it to Clowny Cobalt. Clowny Cobalt, you get a chair assigned to you. And you know what that means? You get to do paperwork. Where are you? There you are. There you are. Sure. That's all you really need. And also manager. And all counts accurate. Go figure out what's in my inventory, please. The most fun before the actual fun begins? Yeah, it's the early days of excitement of like, what's this going to become? Is it going to crash and burn immediately? Probably. Should we be excited? Probably. Okay, we got 39 drink, 13 fish. Ugh. Let's just gather some plants. Someone's got to have that job, right? No? Really? All right. Where the heck did that voice come from? All right, Ronald, we got a new gig for you. I hope you like it. It's called Run Out into the Forest and Pick Everything That Looks Edible-ish. Plant gathering, there you go. And, Tim's okay. You also get that job. After you make a rock mug. Of course. Also, you guys are going to follow Tim's okay for a second. I got to go take a real quick leak and pull something out of the fridge. I will be back in a moment. All right. As we continue to build these little scaffolds. These are super inconvenient and are going to be horrible for pathing in the later game, which is actually just like very much an incentive to like get past that. But yeah, no. Aside from me talking about not making terrible jokes, then might as well actually be making the terrible jokes. I hope things have been okay, man. I know you said unnecessary stress and whatnot, but like, it's just life at this point. I'm just sad right now because I had tickets to go see a concert tomorrow, which just got canceled. Granted, I was kind of shocked they hadn't canceled it yet. I was expecting them to anyway, but they canceled it the day before. Would have been cool if they could have just, you know, done that like a week ago or something. More, but here we are. Giant Impala. Wow. Like I've ever seen an Impala, let alone a giant one. In Dwarf Fortress, anyway. For reference. It's funny, you Google Impala and you get Impalas and a lot of cars. But it's those things. Giant Impala is a good band name. You might have a problem with another band with a similar-ish name, but, you know. Only tame Impalas? Yeah. That's what I was going to say. We should tame some Impalas, guys. Then we'll have a theme song. It'll be great. All right, there we go. We has plant again. And now we can's brew a drink from plant. Imagine being the poor dwarf that has to run into this stockpile room, grab a plant out of a barrel, run all the way over to this stairway here, right? Run all the way to this stairway here, then run up this stairway, and then into here, brew it, and then climb back down all on the edge of this giant fucking cliff. Well, at least seeds are getting moved. At the end of May? Oh, have they already updated it? I haven't looked. They haven't actually sent me any anything in the email about it. Just the notice of it getting canceled. I did get an email from the same ticket seller company to buy pre-sale tickets to Monster Jam because that's something that I'd apparently be interested in. Yeah, I'll look it up later. Figure out what they're doing. Not exactly like anytime soon, so. Considering this is the 4th time? What, for Monster Jam? I don't know. I'm not going to click on that shit. I don't want that in my algorithms. Thanks. No interest in going to Monster Jam, gotta tell you. People are odd? You just called me odd. Fuck off. What the hell's wrong with you? Explain how people here are odd. You ran the same TV ad everywhere. It's just a phrase you associate with Monster Jam? Oh. The only thing I associate with Monster Jam was a kind of okay Game Boy Advance game that I played a long time ago. There we go. Look at all them plumpies. We got growing. Delicious, delicious, tasty, wonderful plum helmets. That is not what I wanted you to do. How much drink do we have now? 41? All right, we just got to min-max that a little bit. You think you played that game? Monster Jam GBA. This one looked like this. Look at those chonky pixels. So you insult before you realize. No, that's just people everywhere. Cobb. Unless they're from certain areas, in which case then they're just bluntly rude to your face. Like the GBA F-Zero game. I keep forgetting that they made that. No, Montreal. Like, I don't even know how to deal with you, piece of shit. You know, chat, what do we do with this person? Your choice. You know who I'm talking about. It's your call. What do we do? Here come more plants. Public flogging in a week in the stocks. And to agree. Hadouken? Ban him? Send to prison to rehabilitate? The thing is, it's like, for everything that you say that's kind of amusing, You see, you say equal things that are just completely insufferable. And this is one of those instances where I really wish I could just shadow ban somebody so I don't have to actually ban you. But I don't really have the option. Yeah, absolutely, wave depletion. It's like they've realized that they're pushing my buttons, and they're just intentionally pushing them now. So maybe now you realize the intentions. I'm going to give you one more chance here. But, like, if you don't cease the intentional shoving of boundaries and pushing of buttons, you're just going to get muted for all eternity, and you're welcome to watch YouTube videos if you want. Outside of that, consider this your final warning. Just realize how obnoxious you are and how serious I'm being about this shit. But I'm glad I'm not the only person who's annoyed here. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a broken human being who doesn't know how to communicate with people. And then it's like, no, when everybody's agreeing with me, like, all right. I mean, you just called me odd. So I don't particularly appreciate that. Right? It doesn't fucking matter what you say now. I'll remember what you said previously. And that's not cool. You know? That's not cool. But I'll leave it at that. Next time you annoy me, you're gone. Dwarves continuing to construct. What are you afraid of? Boy. Sprinting away from something. Even was that? Oh, vultures. Yeah, I'll do it. And rhinos. God, we got everything here. This is wonderful, actually. Giant alligators. Rhinos down in the far bottom right of the screen. And as somebody from Vancouver, you called me odd. I also just stated that a concert that I wanted to go to was in Vancouver, and this is the 4th time I'd bought tickets for it. You then immediately said the people in Vancouver are odd. Me stating that I had tickets for a show in Vancouver that I was sad to see get canceled, but understanding of such. And then you were like, I didn't know you were from Vancouver. Well, no shit. Either you're just absolutely stupid, dense, or intentionally just being mean. Also, please don't call people autistic in my chat, thanks. Don't ever use that as an insult. Also, screw these vultures. These vultures could make somebody fall off the edge. Anyway, like I said, I want to leave the subject, but know that you're, like, on the edge right now. Round of beers, leave it all behind. That's usually what I would. That was kind of what I was about to say, but yeah, sure. What Robotic Ronald said. Round of beers, Chad. Get all liquored up and forget about it. We wait for the last few here. I'm thinking about just doing a downstair here, an up downstair here, and then a downstair. or and then an upstair at the bottom here. Still building an extra layer of scaffolding, but this, rather, right here is where we're going to start building or digging. I'm on the edge. I don't like that song. And I have a very specific reason. I used to play like 18 times a day at the last job that I had. I'm on the edge of murder. I'm about to kill all you fools. Fuck that song. It's fine. I've heard it too much. What is that, Oafsalot? Oh, it's a beholder. And I had to zoom in. It looked like a weird fat spider. I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I zoomed in. I was like, oh. All right, then. It's like, I know what a beholder is, but definitely at a moment where I was like, what the fuck is that? Anyway. It might be a testicle. My stock said I was right. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. What genre of music do I prefer? That's like asking me what kind of oxygen I prefer. There's too much. I don't know. Good music is actually my general response to that. Ow. You know when you like stretch your neck and then something hurts and you're like, ow, and then you don't want to move your neck back? Fine. That'll hurt in 20 years. Or 4. You know what's funny is I know what you're referencing, Exxon. Assuming you're actually referencing the thing that I think you're referencing. Remember in sports years ago, there was kids that I was in sports with who would buy bottles of pre-bottled pure oxygen. Or like 96% pure oxygen and just take a huff of it. You like James Taylor? I'm sorry. The wet season has arrived, which I think is spring. I wouldn't even say metal is my preferred musical style. It's just the one I see live the most often. Because we happen to have a really good metal scene here. Tis the wet season. 'Tis the season to be soggy. Metal is your favorite type of chair? Metal tube chair, perhaps? That could be confused with strange tubes in the far future? I mean, I don't see how that's funny. Hipster art music concerts, to be honest. I mean, the one that I was supposed to go to tomorrow is a hipster music concert. Concert. But, you know. Hiya. I'm gonna make this one a little wider. Still the same as 5 years ago? I mean, that shit's always evolving, sir. What about these trains? What about these strange tubes? It's a chair. What about these strange tubes? Rocket launcher. What about these strange tubes? Grenade launcher. What about these strange tubes? Cluster bomb! Anyway. Hey, Alexandra. What's up? Nothing. I never said that my preference is metal. I just simply stated that I go to the most metal concerts. I mean, if you really want to know about my taste in music, scroll down until you see the Discogs link and check out my record collection. You really want to see my taste in music. It's all over the fucking place. Everything from psych rock to like 80s classic rock, classical music, jazz, obviously like death metal, black metal, thrash metal, and every other type of metal that you could probably think of, with the exception of like, not a big fan of like pop metal hybrids, and I tend to stay away from a lot of post-hardcore these days. I like, synth pop, weird electronic music. I go all over the place. I just don't like boring music. Also, elves have arrived, and I have nothing but wood to trade, so unfortunately we can't do beeswax this time, so next time when you come by, we'll do beeswax. There's plenty of stuff from the 80s that's not boring. You like boring music when you're at work? Eh. Rap? You enjoy rap and hip-hop also? I enjoy rap when it's used in an interesting fashion and not as a method of simply being insulting to people. What's going on here? Dwarf says the elves, and the dwarves like, none of your beeswax! And they're like, bees? At the center of an apartment block or a mortuary type of concert. I mean, we have a concert venue here, King, that's in an old skate park. Generally, a lot of punk bands play there. Every now and again, you'll get like a weird synth pop show there, but it's an old skate park that's like an old underground skate park. I didn't turn that river into a waterfall. This is a different fort, if you're talking about the one from the other day. It's very big waterfall. It's a very big waterfall. It's an old underground skate park. Yeah, it hasn't been open since the pandemic started though. As a friend of mine says, Cobb Goblin, everybody has a terrible taste in music. Myself included. Ow. Wish this kink in my neck would fuck off. 5-Alarm Funk? Name's very familiar. It's because people realize that old stuff is good. That's my response to Wu-Tang Clan. Probably why I've heard the name before. When you embark, do you tend to prepare in particular ways, or do you just hop straight in? I always prepare carefully. I like to choose the name of the fort generally. And as far as stuff I bring, I usually just bring more booze. Not sure how much there is for me to read, but I'll read what I can, Lilo-san. Oh, hey, they did add some stuff. Here, I'll scroll up a little bit. Feel the coffee leaving the stomach. Caffeinated coffee rejuvenates me. Moscow mules take cucumbers towards very hungry and angry copper snakes. Earth turns sideways before... There you go. All caught up. Lion can do the packing? Why the fuck do I have to pack your crap? You pack your own crap. The hell, man? Although when it comes to metal, just because I had to brag about this. This is the metal that I've been spinning as of late. This shows what era of, like, life I came from. Do I camp? I haven't been camping since I became insulin dependent, but I own backpacking equipment. Does that count? I mean, I walked up a mountain the other day. But that's not really camping. That's just walking up a big hill. So, but here is a picture of me walking up Big Hill, or of me on top of Big Hill, actually. Me on Big Hill. Or me taking photo of me on Big Hill. Do I ever listen to Ministry? Much bigger fan of Ministry's side projects than Ministry. Like, I really like Lard. I find Ministry a little boring at times, but I don't mind the early stuff. The new stuff that Ministry puts out is like dog garbage. Like, it's terrible. But I do enjoy some old Ministry. Uh-oh, we out of beer. That's a problem. I thought that we'd fix that problem. Yet the people are odd. Hobgoblin. Still listening to the new Mastodon? That's a good fucking album. Although on the topic of popular music, I've been getting back into Muse as of late. Uh-oh. An alligator is fighting with a giant alligator. Although the alligator appears to be winning. Get him, buddy! Go after him! Chomp him! Oh. I bought tickets to a Huey Lewis in the News concert, and then it got canceled. Fun fact. I'm not going to let you live that one down, Goblin. Until I get an apology, which I haven't yet. See, if you said people in Edmonton were odd, I would agree with you because they choose to live in Edmonton, which is pretty odd. No, that's just what blind being displeased looks like. Bought them a year ago thinking they would be good by now. Got canceled last month. Yep. I keep buying tickets knowing that they're going to get canceled just because I don't really care. There you go. That's the apology I was looking for. We can all agree on Edmonton? People from Edmonton agree that Edmonton sucks. Like, whenever I talk shit about Edmonton, chat's just like, hi, I'm from Edmonton. Don't move to Edmonton. This one's rescheduling, but everyone's either refunded me immediately or rescheduled, so I don't really care. Yeah, my best friend has family that lives there, and they all hate it, but they live there because the rent is cheap, so. All right. And also because they have family out there, which is generally a pretty good reason to live somewhere. All right, so now we can jump up to the top up here. Demolish that. Demolish that. We're going to move those mason shops down here. You watch F1? What? Huh. Interesting. You know, someone can let me like New York. You'd probably take some beef. Oh, I leave it still. Huh. Yeah, I often delay streams to watch F1 races. Like, I'll be like, guys, I'm gonna turn the stream on like late today, and people will be like, why F1? Oh, and it's like happening at 11, or fuck off, everybody. I'm sleeping in for another 2 hours because I had to get up at 3 o'clock in the goddamn morning to watch Sochi. 2 o'clock? 3 o'clock. I think it's 3 o'clock. Fuck Sochi. Boring as hell track. Who said F1? Nobody. Shut up. It's a bad thing. We're the off season. We're not supposed to talk about F1. That's not true. Season never ends. Apparently, people at Kit Fox watch F1. You feel bad for West Coasters? Yeah. It's like the worst time zone in the planet to fucking watch F1. God. Literally. The worst time zone in the goddamn planet. We still brewing drinks, or did we cancel those? Yep, we're still brewing drinks. Shoutouts to the Navy for brewing me drinks. Okay. Last time we ran out of plant. We have 58 plant now, though, so Robert would be proud. Back from nap. Oh, nap was good. People get obnoxious. As somebody who doesn't like large crowds of obnoxious twit heads, I would agree probably. Although there is a small part of me that is kind of planning to go downtown when Formula E shows up, just because like I don't want to actually like pay the money to go see fucking Formula E, but I will definitely be in that part of town when Formula E happens. They rent luxury cars and zoom around. They probably don't rent them. They're probably just given them by the dealerships. Because when you're owned by their parent company, it's generally not that hard to just act like a, you know, hyper rich person. I just want to stand close enough to hear those high-powered hair dryers going in circles. That's all I want to hear. I just want to be close enough to hear high-powered hair dryers. Then go get a beer and watch it on TV. That's my plan. But assuming it happens. I've been loosely following it since, I don't know, 2017-ish. But didn't start watching until my ex moved out. Because I tried to start watching when she still lived here. And she was like, yeah, I'm not going to let you get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to watch something. I was like, well, pfft. Oh, there's plenty wrong with being very, very rich. There's plenty wrong with being very, very rich. But I don't even want to get onto that subject with you. Especially when they were partially racing on the red square. This is so fantastically stupid. I mean, Formula E is the closest thing that we have to real-life Mario Kart. And, well, Formula E and Extreme E are the closest things we have to real-life Mario Kart. Speaking of Extreme E, did any of you guys see the Extreme E, like, trophy for the year? Because I want to ask you guys a question. Like, let's do some soul-searching for a split second. Just gonna link this in chat. We also have Robo Race. Yeah, that's never gonna actually happen though. Just grabs the hammer. Yeah, banned from chat. Posting inappropriate things. That tends to happen. You like that the link has spoiler in it? Yeah, well, it's a spoiler. You don't know any of the people in that photo? Race car people. Don't worry about it, Frog. Who's my favorite driver team? I can tell you who's my least favorite driver. Fuck Max Verstappen. He's an asshole. And I'm so tired of like all of the leadership of Mercedes. I quite like Sergio Perez though, so I'm very torn on Red Bull. Like I love watching Sergio. Very fun driver to watch. Max Verstappen, on the other hand, should like I don't know, step on Lego. I'm very entertained by the mid-pack teams. I quite like George Russell. He's just a fun person to listen to. Although we'll see how long I tolerate him with him being in Mercedes. Really curious to see how well Bottas does in a team that actually gives a shit about his existence. I don't know. I'm more there for the broad picture. Like, it's not really I don't really have a favorite team, per se. There was a minute there where I was a big fan of Haas. Then they became Russian and hired a sex offender as one of the drivers. Now I'm not so big of a fan of Haas. But I don't know if you have better Twitch, Alexandra, but speaking of people who don't know who any of these people are. All right, so how are we actually going to do this? I do need to make 2 mason shops down here. But you can imagine, hold up. I can fix this. Just come to jump. I zoomed in a lot. It's a spinning Mazepin. You love McLaren? Plenty of McLaren fans hang out in my Discord. Can't believe that Rhinestone's not here. He had to go to work. He's our resident fan of the papaya. A sex offender getting his money from a toxic business. Yeah, sounds like Maz. The sad part about Mazepin is like all of the the people at Haas trying to give him good PR. It's like, guys, just stop it. I like to just cheer for like Williams in general because they're a fun team to cheer for because there's nowhere to go but up. Haas, on the other hand, deserves to be where they are because they hired Mazepin. Oh yeah, we also have that emote. Ricardo. Danny Rick's fun. Seems like a nice dude. Most fascinating thing that I watched like 5 times was the last race of last year. From Danny Rick's perspective, right behind that big stoppage. Are those alligators still fucking fighting? They're still fighting. It's alligator versus giant alligator. And giant alligator is getting wrecked. How about normal alligator? Normal alligator is winning against giant alligator. Maybe he's like much faster, so he's like sneaking in and nipping at the neck. I swear that said meditate on marriage for a second there. I was like, hey, hey. Go normal gator. Go normal. Yeah, I know, right? I swear to God, if it's another spam text, I'm going to blow a gasket. my friend Kevin about the show tomorrow, which got canceled. Which means he's gonna retext me and like now. I remember seeing Mazepin in F2, and he was just a toxic driver there too. Yeah. The one thing that I do kind of feel bad for the guy for, though, is yes, he's a bad kid. Yes, he's kind of a piece of shit. Got no idea what his family life is like, and the only thing he has in life is driving cars, and he's currently the laughingstock of the grid who's always in last. It's gotta be fucking soul-crushing. Like, dude was fucking crying at the end of the season. And it's kind of like, I don't like you. You're a bad person. You shouldn't be in F1. But I kind of feel pity for you. Like, it's just kind of pathetic at that point. You know what I mean? I don't know. Why, Cobb? I personally think he should be booted out of the sport instead of left to suffer. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't think he should be in the sport. Like, at all. Yeah, but I don't care about hockey, though. Like, at all, at all. All right. I'm just going to kind of mark, because this is what? Where does it turn into granite? That's the diorite portion. That's where it turns into granite. All right, so this is going to be our entrance. That's going to be the entrance to the fort. It's not unique at all. He might become a monster by the end of his career, all because of the hate around him and the amount of money he has doesn't give a doesn't give a shit about it. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's like thinking all English people like football. I mean, there was a period of time in my like teenage years where I enjoyed hockey, and then riots happened in my city over the stupid fucking sport. And you know what? Fuck it. No interest. Let it all die. All right. I'm trying to figure out how to dig down to this. I know. Chat, if you're an American who doesn't give a shit about NFL, raise your hand or press 1. No, not particularly. Because anybody who's anybody in Russia has sat with Putin. All right, there you go. His mind melted, it was bad? As in, like, had too many concussions, mind melted? Looks hilarious blown up, I believe it. I don't like the big emotes because I find them distracting, but I've had it turned on before. That's very sad. No, I'm a fan of the soap opera that is motor racing. I wouldn't say that I'm a sports fan. You know, if we've learned anything as a species in the last 50 years, is that assumptions aren't safe and shouldn't be made. You seem real quick to assume. As the nice man with the dog? That's really sad, man. You assume that you're awesome? Well, I mean, that's a self-assumption. Self-assumptions are safe. Assumptions on others, especially people you barely know, never safe. Also, I've already planned in my head how I'm going to build defenses for this fort. One, two, three. Well, maybe it's something that you should learn for later in life. Hobgoblin. At some point, you'll make an assumption which will turn around and bite ya. Do not make assumptions, trivial or otherwise, about people. Don't call people strange. Want to bet? That you're going to die on this hill? Did 9 dwarves drown in a lake as the ice melted? Told ya. Told ya. Told ya, dude. But yeah, no, eagerly awaiting the reset of the year on F1. Very eagerly awaiting that. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be how we dig down. Going to be a slow process, but we'll do it. Summer's arrived on the calendar. Well, have fun dying on the hill, Ben. All right. We made it. Success. I kind of feel bad about that one. I'm not gonna lie. It was inevitable. Didn't have to be. All right. They were manipulating things so that you would. I don't know about that. It's hard to tell when somebody is doing that, right? And I've run into some extremely dense people on the internet over the years. And it's always hard to tell when people who are intentionally being dense, what their intentions are. Damn, that's a lot of crocodile blood. Look at all that giant alligator blood. Why do I keep saying crocodile? Giant alligator blood. They're still at it. Giant alligator's still losing. Normal alligator's still winning. It's a type of troll. Yeah, but I've spent years managing Discords, streams, chats, and there are trolls, right? That are very smart at annoying people. And then there is people that are unknowingly annoying people. And for me, it's really difficult to draw, which is why I gave that person so many chances. It's really difficult to draw the line between people that are intentionally annoying and people that are unintentionally annoying. It's really hard to like find that line. But I don't know. Temple of Doom? Wait, what? Was there like a giant crocodile fight in Temple of Doom? I haven't seen Temple of Doom in a long time. Decades. $25Z level aquifer? Really? Was it all dirt? What material was it? That's crazy. Holy shit. The biggest one I found was like 12 Z levels or something, and I damn near quit the map before it was over. Mostly conglomerate. Oh, God. Ugh. The Dark Priest fell and all the crocodiles were down there. Was it crocodiles down there? Like, I have almost no memory of that movie. I have to apologize. I remember, like, the minecart bit. I remember somebody getting their heart ripped out, I think. I've gotten better. I think some people here can probably remember days where I've had less patience. I've been trying really, really, really hard to get better at managing people. I think I've been doing a good job. I don't know. You guys don't need to, like, paint my ego on that one. I know I've been bad about it in the past. I don't know. The problem that I have with people like that, which is actually something that happened, which is when I explain my annoyance and then other people start insulting, it's like, well, now I have to defend the people that are insulting the person that I don't like. Or alternatively, enact my rules on people that are now breaking rules because they're insulting a person in a way that I don't allow in this chat. And it's like, come on, just stop. Like, we don't need to dogpile. That's the actual issue for me. Speaking of just getting here, you're doing a great job. Well, so is the commissioner, because the commissioner is still doing a great job. I haven't looked at Blazeball in ages, though. Also, hi, Hrams. I don't recognize your name. You been here before? Or have you changed your name recently? Been around for a while. From what you've seen of the old Long Death VODs, it seems like you've gotten more patient. I'll put it this way. 2020 was a very anxiety and depression heavy year for me. So, like, there's quite a few points in the early Long Death VODs that I kind of wish I could just delete off the internet, but kind of can't at this point. Otherwise, there'd be missing episodes. But, you know, we all live and learn. We all grow. You should have seen me in 2014, though. Holy shit. Right after being homeless? Jesus Christ. Was I an angry person? I don't know how anybody watched me back then. Yeah, it was quite the year for a lot of people. Well, cheers, Rum. Managing people is hurting cats. I'm at a point now where I don't want to say hurting cats, instead saying hurting rats, because the people that need to be hurted are not as nice as cats, generally. Regardless, though, enjoy the lurks. Appreciate it. It's actually like, you know, like there's what, like 187, I think, episodes of Long Death on YouTube now. 80 something. And I'm at the point now where it does well. If you channel it, you could theoretically have a wagon go down it. If you make a stairway, wagons can't go up and down it, so it depends on what you want, Yoshi. There's enough content up there that people could get to know me really well without ever actually interacting with me in a comment or a stream. And not just me, but like me from like 2 years ago now, which is 3 years ago even in some cases. You had a pet rat when you were a kid. He was nicer than all of the cats you've ever met, DVH. See, here's the thing about pet rats, is they're kind of like pet hedgehogs, where they're really nice to their owners. In my experience with pet rats, they're really, really nice to their owners. Lovely pets. But anybody else, they're mean to. Like, friend of mine growing up, his mom had a pet cat. Oh, hey. Mill gave birth to a boy. We have a new baby in the fort. If anybody wants to be a baby, give me a shout. But yeah, and that part of like having so many VODs on the internet is like really like another thing that's like weird is like even when I'm sitting on my sofa watching a movie late in the day, right? Like right now, I'm just gonna go to my YouTube channel right now, and I'm gonna go to my stats. How many people are watching my videos right now? Okay, so in the last like hour and 15 minutes, 70 people have watched my videos. Which means odds are pretty good there's people watching my videos right now. Odds are pretty damn good at that. So, there is always people listening to my voice even when I'm not talking. That is something that's so difficult and weird to like wrap your head around as a person who creates content on the interwebs. It's so difficult to do. Like, there's so many things that people don't even think about when they think about, like, streams and whatnot. Creating content on the internet. It's like, yeah, you're kind of immortalizing yourself on the internet in ways that you might not like in a couple of years. That's just kind of up to you to deal with now. Rock block. Let's make 100 rock blocks. Let's make them out of nice. Which I will run out of, which is fine. This human is my human. I like them. You can't have them. Yeah, pretty much. Also, some migrants have arrived. Who that? Toasted. Ian Twisting. You're a legendary weaver. Dreams of mastering a skill. You already did, silly. Inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. All of everything around it is water again? That's... So your dwarves are still alive? Well, that's it. Kind of amazing. I almost screwed up the count. Often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things as an avaricious as they come and obsessed with acquiring wealth. No, they drowned, but you made one ice wall next to a pool of water and it never melted. Huh. Interesting. Wait. So how many of your dwarves... Oh, how many of your dwarves drowned again? Because I remember you said that a bunch of them drowned. Yeah. Anybody want to be a hateful weaver to weave hatred? Any takers? On the hateful weaver? Heck yeah, Jack Nurk it is. We'll get you in next, Bob. He is married to Soskul Kindleroof and is an ardent worshipper of Maz the Defensive, a casual worshipper of Della the Diamond Crest, and the Mountainous, and a casual worshipper of Alron Ivory Tin, and is an apprentice under Burr. The Hateful Weaver is 120 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 36. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his very long beard is neatly combed, or his very long beard is braided. His very long hair is braided. His slightly protruding, narrow heliotrope eyes have large irises, and he has a prominent chin. His ears are somewhat broad, and his head is somewhat broad. His hair is gray with flecks of black, and his skin is dark peach. Likes gypsum plaster, tin, black opal, clear glass, giant brown recluse spider silk, and the color orange. Pigs and giant jaguars for their spotted coats, and the sight of the wondrous lark. When possible, prefers to consume oyster, crambola wine, and caper leaves, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. That is the most understandable hatred I've seen on a dwarf in a while. Personally thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and doesn't respect the law and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, but dreams of mastering a skill, is inflamed with hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, is avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, and has an overbearing personality, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and is curious and eager to learn. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. He dislikes the natural world and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He dislikes the natural world and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He likes to take it easy, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's the hateful weaver. I'm going to give you more jobs than weaving because, frankly, we need more jobs than weaving, so I'm going to give you masonry and stone detailing. Also, 1 point in farming fields. Don't most hateful people have fancy tastes? I'm going to slaughter that llama. Do I have a butcher? I do! Suckzul! Who's friggin' Bob? Friggin' Bob. He's married to Tosid. You are the daughter of Sezir. You're 97 years old, born on the 3rd of Opal in the year 59. You're a butcher. So, the hateful weaver and a butcher. Married couple. Made for each other. She has a broad body and her teeth are crowded. Her eyelashes are extremely short and her free-lobed ears are somewhat splayed out. Her hair is black mixed with gray and her long hair is neatly combed. Her skin is dark her and her eyes are heliotrope. Wouldn't it be hilarious? You're a vegan. Awesome. I mean, yeah, can't relate. Her free-lobed ears are somewhat splayed out, and her hair is black mixed with gray, and her long hair is neatly combed. Her skin is dark peach, and her eyes are heliotrope. Likes tin glaze, bismuth bronze, harlequin opal, candlenut wood. Okay. Black bear leather and the color gold. Scepters and reindeer for their large herds. And the sight of the wondrous lark. When possible, prefers to consume giant desert tortoise and rambutan wine. I think that's how you pronounce rambutan. Don't know actually. And you also like durians. And you hate slugs. Fuck slugs. The worst thing ever. She personally finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and values tradition. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. She is very ambitious and always is looking for a way to better her situation. Uh-oh. Future mayor, maybe. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She is often nervous and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she doesn't focus on material goods. It needs alcohol to get through the working day, of course. And for relations, of course, you have your husband. Your aunt is one of our miners, who's Smil. Your uncle is Gunslinger. And your cousin is Animal, and your other cousin is the baby that hasn't been named. You have 2 lovers that are not in the fort. I'm sure your husband knows. And that's you. And we got another dwarf. It was Melbill, the doctor. Personally sees power as something to strive for after seeing an ant queen woman's dead body. Any takers on Melbill, this doc? Axon, you're up. Axon, it's your favorite. I'm gonna give them that job too. Assuming they're actually helping others. You hear Doc, yeah. Doc Axon. Also, I do the name. Melbill. Did I spell that? Melbil. Okay, that's easy. Mel. Is that really Melbel? That just looks wrong. Bil. The quest for knowledge never ends, they say. He is the son of people that I don't know. You have a lover who's not here. And Freeways is your nephew. Any other family? Shortast is your former master. You worship the normal pantheon of gods. Cool. Turns out they're definitely a vampire. 95 years old with some gray? I don't know. I mean, they were in the previous fort, so. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. His hair is black with some gray, and his skin is dark peach, and his eyes are heliotrope. Axon likes alabaster, black bronze, goshenite. Oh, goshenite. Lychee wood. The color dark brown. Shields and crowns and chains and llamas for their long necks. Giant moths for their coloration, which we have here, and squash vines for their fruit. When possible, prefers to consume voracious cave crawler and blood amaranth beer. Violent tastes in food. Oat flour and horned melons, and you can't stand snails. Well, there's a giant snail over in the corner of the map, so you might as well leave. Generally sees power over others as something to strive for, and values sacrifice and doesn't really value merrymaking. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, Samu Deu. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is swayed by emotional appeals and strongly prefers decisions and ideas, discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Rarely feels discouraged and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and enjoys the company of others. Tends to avoid physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He likes a little excitement now and again and can handle stress. Does not reveal personal information, and when he's nervous, he clicks his tongue. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And Axon, you are now our chief medical Dwarf. You're a accomplished diagnoser. Is that really it? Yeah, it's a small one. And somebody has a pet chick. There's a stray baby llama up here. I should eat at a butcher shop. All right. Sweet. We still have that unnamed baby if anybody would like to be a baby. But aside from that, the very precarious fort on the edge of a cliff is growing slowly. And our small entry area is also growing slowly. Let's make 100 wooden figurines to sell to dwarves. Let's also make rock pot 30. Now we have some meat because we slaughtered that baby llama. Lovely. Candidate hammerer? We don't really need a hammerer yet. Although, we are up to 20 dwarves. Which means there could be aware creatures that could come attack us. Although, you know what would be hilarious? I'm just going to throw this out there. It would be amazing if a were creature spawned on this side of the map. And then took like a week to get over here because I'd have to run all the way down. Can they even cross? I actually don't think they can cross. I really want to see baddies spawn on this side and not be able to get to me now. Oh, I really want to see that. That would be very funny. Is there a way across on this side? I guess not. God damn. Also, there's a giant skink. Speaking of lizards. Incredibly muscular. Her scales are black and white, and her eyes are black. Natural protective barriers, not just protective barriers. Holy fuck, you're quick. And the giant snail is still over here. Much slower than the skink. Window to the backside of the waterfall might be interesting. What, like right there? Like this kind of thing? That might be more difficult to pull off than... Well, actually... No, it wouldn't be that difficult to pull off. I could do that. I know of a way that I could do that. I'd have to channel up and channel down, though. My concern would be accidentally flushing people off of it. That's my actual concern. But we could try and attempt that. As long as we do it carefully. Also, blue-tongued skinks are adorable, by the way. They're like... They like halfway evolved into snakes or like halfway evolved into lizards from snakes and then like stopped halfway. It's like somebody just hit the undo button at a point and just like didn't finish. Like skinks are amazing. I love skinks. They also have a tendency to burrow and they just like hide underground. They adorable. Fucking adorable little critters. What, where it felt like somebody just hit the undo button at a point? That waterfall looks amazing. Is there any way you can actually take good advantage of it when you build the fort? What do you mean by advantage of it? You mean like using it as like an entryway or something? I mean, you could like you could redirect this river up here and then dam it off, and then unredirect it. You could do something like that. So theoretically you could, but I'm not planning to. Because I'm planning on building the majority of the fort on the other side, but theoretically we could do something with it. I am going to be using that stream as part of my defensive strategy, though. Also. No more real news here. At war with any of these people? No contact. Contact. Pretty few questy items. Those goblin pits. Making it a feature in your fort, making every dwarf feel special is kind of what I do. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the dwarves will have a view of the beautiful waterfall from their bedrooms once I'm done. Also, if you would like this, if you'd like this world, if you'd like to mess around with it yourself, I'm not going to be updating this or anything, but it's a link to the Bay 12 thing if you want to mess around with this particular Embark, which is right there on the map. But yeah, probably what's going to end up happening is the dwarves on the other side are going to have a view of the waterfall from their bedrooms. I don't know if I'm actually going to do anything with the waterfall on this side, but just like it might be a fun project to build a window out of the waterfall. But this fort is probably going to get abandoned and reclaimed a couple of times. So I do need to be kind of careful that I might actually back it up tonight off stream, back up this fort and reclaim it and see what reclaiming does to the water and the waterfall. Because I've never reclaimed a waterfall before. I don't want it to like displace the water and put it somewhere else and like drown all my dwarves. I don't think it'll do that. Hey, giant alligator and other alligator are still fighting. Where's other alligator? Wait, where's other alligator? Oh no, other alligator gone. Just giant alligator now. Well then. Weirdly, the blind skink cousins of skinks are more wormy. Really? Whoa. It's like a lizard worm. All right, I want to pet blind skink. It's a me skink. This looks like somebody was like building a worm and then gave up halfway. That's cool. Evolution is awesome. The evolution intern did it. Yeah, it's like somebody like hired somebody to half-ass this portion of evolution. So this is going to be like the sneaky side entrance. The main entrance is going to be a wee bit bigger. You know what? Because you're a little bit bigger on this side, that's going to be the main entrance. This is going to be the side entrance that's going to get closed off pretty quickly, probably. Or maybe this will become like the trader's side entrance. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? I think that works. And then I can make this, air quotes, main entrance like snake around a little bit and build a proper drowning chamber up above it, because I've got that river there, so might as well. Like, it'll be super easy. Drowning chamber can be over here somewhere under all this rock. Involuntary noble cliff diving defenstration program going on. I mean, you run your fort the way you want to run your fort, and I will run mine the way I want to run mine. And if that includes catapulting nobles into the ocean, you live that life. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't ever, like, Adam smash a dwarf with a bridge. Definitely didn't do 2 days ago. Have eyelids and snakes don't? Not only do they have eyelids, but they have armored eyelids, apparently. That is weird. Neat critters. See, I think this is going to get built into the wagon entrance eventually. Which is going to go all the way up to here. And then this down here is going to be made into the main entrance. Maybe we could put the trading depot right here. And this main entrance is going to have a very large water hold up there. And this main entrance is probably going to spiral down a layer or two and be somewhere over on the side. Maybe like loop back around to here. But underneath this, we're going to have ways to like drown everything and flood it out the side. Pretty cool. I got plans. This is turning into a mega fort base, which I wasn't really planning on, but this map is just too good to not. Well, I've been emailed the new date for the concert. Someone's probably working overtime right now. right. Hmm. Certainly seems like that. It just really sucks that they did that the day before. Like, it really sucks. Like, I can't. Like, I don't. Like, if you gotta cancel concerts for health and safety, cancel concerts for health and safety. But, like, please don't do it the day before. You know? Like, that's just mean. Got my goddamn hopes up that. Alright, let's move up. Let's move up. Here we go. $75 drink. Oh, I guess nobody has woodcrafting. For the best, probably. Twin, do you wanna... You wanna practice craft? Perfect. I got one for you. The end of March date for Atlanta holds up? Were you thinking of going? See how these dwarves are doing. You know, considering... Uh-oh. Oh, didn't feel anything due to inebriation. I was like, I don't see anything due to anything about booze in here. Man, this is a really dense dwarf. Yeah, I understand that, but I live in an area where a lot of concerts happen, right? And a lot of indie music concerts happen here. And in the past, like, 3 weeks, about a dozen concerts I was either looking to buy tickets for or already have tickets for have been canceled, delayed, or postponed. Which are, I said this, postponed and delayed. Anyway, have been canceled or delayed, right? Except for this one. This was the only one that hadn't canceled or delayed. So on one hand, yeah, I agree. On the other hand, fucking get with the program, guys. Delay your concert last week, please. Yeah, for only $16 USD for the show, you could find somewhere to crash. Yeah, I mean, mine was $18 a ticket. Very cheap. Find somewhere to crash outside of Atlanta for cheap. Yeah, just like get a hostel for the night or something. Get something for like $12, sleep on a bunk bed. Yeah, so it's just like I don't mind. Like, honestly, like, I'm okay with them postponing it. It's nice of them to postpone it instead of fully canceling it. Just really sucks because it's been rescheduled on a day that I think my friend can't go. And also, you waited until last minute. Like, if they did it 2 weeks ago, I'd be less annoyed by this. I don't know. I don't know. It's torn on how I feel about the whole thing. But whatever. It is what it is. It's for the best. I don't want to stay in the water. Mostly the mud skipper, of course. Yeah, mud skippers. Mud skippers are cool fish. This is going to be a neat chunk of fort, I think. I really want to practice a craft. Maybe... We'll find some. Let's give you gem cutting. and swap you from wood cutting over to mining, because that's more pertinent at this point. What was the other thing I was going to do? I had another thing in my brain, and I lost it because I was thinking about concerts. Right. We're going to start cutting gems. Maybe I'll have some stuff to sell to the elves. Large gems, perhaps. Also, shoutouts to Smill, who's my only miner. Mining all by her lonesome. Man, this is such a precarious position for dwarves to be in. Kind of amazed that nobody's fallen off of it yet. Now that I've said that, I give it a couple minutes until someone's fallen off of it. The dry season has come. You know what animal is really bloody weird but often overlooked? The echidna. I mean, it's the same order as the platypus, so I guess it makes sense. I mean, echidnas are strange. I completely agree with you. You're an odd critter. Cool critter, but odd critter. Although lorises, I think, are weirder. There we go. All my miners getting down here. All 4 of them. So now we get to figure out how to actually build across this, because we have a few options. I'm thinking probably just like... I'm thinking about just doing a simple like block bridge with a chunk in the middle that is a retracting bridge. I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. Also, because I don't fully trust this fort, I need to go get lunch in a couple of minutes here. Giraffes. I think I'm going to pause while I go get lunch. And then we'll continue. I'm debating on maybe doing some long death tonight as well. I don't know exactly what the plan is for today. Depending on how engrossed I get in this fort, I might just play this fort all day. That retract into the side of the cliff, they also act as a close-off to flying creatures. Well, see, here's the thing, right? I can put in bridges that, like, seal the wall off later. On how that drowning would work / look like. A drowning chamber? Big chamber, fill up with water, 1 to 2 Z levels tall. About 1 to 2 Z levels above where you want to drown things. Then you build a big room that takes the enemies a while to walk through, or like a selection of tunnels underneath it with floodgates. And so when you pull a lever, it drains all the water in there, and then just have a way of draining it, which I'm actually kind of considering to just be like the side of this cliff. So I'm kind of hoping that I'll be able to set it up in a way so that I'll have like tubes of water that just go poof out into the river, but we'll see. Probably with a trap or something to catch it. And then when you pull the lever, so basically like it's like usually like let's just say like 2 Z levels tall, channeled upwards area, and then you'll channel out the layer beneath this as well. So it'll be like, I don't know, roughly like 3 Z levels tall. And then down here, you could like have a hallway, and then you dig a little doorway in there, and then put a floodgate or a bridge in there, and then you channel up underneath it. And then before you fill this up with water, you would put a floodgate on it, or if just to make it a little bit easier to see, instead of channeling all the way up, we go up and around. So then we would then channel up to here underneath, like right next to it. So there's a little exit right there, and then you have this thing full of water. You have some way of putting water into it, and you want to have floodgates in every step of the way, because whenever you're dealing with water, you want to be able to stop the flow of water wherever the water's coming from. Doesn't matter. You want to be able to stop the flow of water if something bad happens. So put floodgates all along the way, or drawbridges to stop the water flow, and then it'll flow down along here real quick because it'll build up pressure. Flood this thing, which is our like dummy chamber, and then either underneath these with or like, and then on the edges you'll either use drawbridges or floodgates to then channel down a layer underneath and then into your drainage site, which you'll either go to the edge of the map, be smoothed and then fortified so that it can flow off the map or into a river or out into the forest or whatever. That's basically what a drowning chamber is, except I'm going to make it way more elaborate than that because fancy. I have a bit of the taste for the fancy, as they say. One person here might get that reference. All right. Back to digging. You love the good old water trap off the cliff? Oh, yeah. Or into the good old ocean. I once had a water trap that literally drained an ocean. So I would loop the enemies down and around into the caverns, and then I would drain an entire ocean into the caverns, which was the game would like stop for like a minute, and then the ocean would be gone, and it was great. Rith Aristukos says, I am a liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm once again just going to request anvils because I don't actually know what I need still. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. Are you still offering stuff for figurines? No, you're not. Oh, well. Clowny Cobalt, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. Alrighty. Boop. Really? Only made 4? Come on. Don't really have much in the way of things to sell them. I mean, at least I can trade something with them. Actually, you know what we could do? Oh, I hit caps lock. It's like, why is nothing working? I hit caps lock. Enormous wooden corkscrews. Those will work. Trying to think, what was the name of the Krug Smash short fort where he made a drowning trap? The Drowned King? Something like that? Anyway, Krug Smash did a short fort of featuring drowning traps, which was pretty good. It was a bit of a while ago, but Hotman's making us some enormous wooden corkscrews. Was it Kingslayer? I can't remember. It was a while ago that one came out, so. It was sick, though. If somebody can find it, they could link it. That might be helpful. Or, Alan. Whoa! Giant skink be climbing. My guy. Oh, hey, the baby chick grew into a rooster. Would you look at that? Now it's panicking. I would too. Holy jeez. I can't get over how fast this fucking thing is. Like... Watermaster? Maybe? I might be confusing it with Waterkeeper. Finally out of meetings? Well, we have the world's most precarious tavern, which is this, which is on the edge of a cliff, which has 25 Z levels worth of drop into a river with giant alligators in it. So that's fun. But aside from that, we are slowly working on the entrance to our fort right here. I mean, the dwarves have surprisingly good balance. It's fine. Is that nice floor? Yes, it is nice floor. It's a very nice floor. But I would say fort goes pretty well so far. I'm like about to go get lunch myself though, so I'm gonna vanish for a little bit. But then we'll be back and we'll continue. It's mostly just I'm gonna like eat a sandwich and a boiled egg, so it's gone too long. Rory, I can't tell. Are you like interested in Dwarf Fortress like as a game to play at all? Or are you more just like fascinated for my insanity of it? Like I can't tell. So something I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to go all the way up and down the sides of the inside of the wall and smooth it and remove all of the coarse edges. Why can't it be both? Fair. I mean, that, I guess, would be an option. You think you'd be much more interested in playing once the Steam version comes out? Yeah, you and 99% of other people. I'm fascinated by your insanity forts. There you go. Not enough people constructing stuff. All right, let's bring more stuff here to trade. And let's bring the trader up here. The sad part about that, though, Fearless Cap, is a lot of the people who are intimidated by Dwarf Fortress then turn around and play significantly more complex and difficult games. Like, I will never get over a friend of mine who's just like, Dwarf Fortress seems like a very intimidating game. I think I will, like, just not play it. And then also has, like, 1,000 hours in Escape from Tarkov, which is, like, equally, if not more intimidating and a much higher skill cap requirement from the player. Dwarf Fortress just takes time to, like, learn to read, basically. But, yeah, I do understand that it is difficult to comprehend if you're not used to looking at this type of thing. As much as I pretend to be totally, like, dense about that stuff, it's like, no. No, DF is easy, and it just doesn't have a UI. You can't have a terrible UI if there is no UI. That's the thing. It's like, Dwarf Fortress is easy. The problem is it doesn't have a UI. Not that the UI is terrible, it's there isn't one, really. It's just a list of hotkeys. Yeah, it's like, to me, Kerbal Space Program is far and away 1,000 times more intimidating than Dwarf Fortress. I don't fucking know how rocket science works, yet so many people play Kerbal Space Program. Are like, this game's easy. It's like, well, yeah, but maybe for you, I'm gonna buy some wool. This is mostly in case we need it for artifacts. Need some silk. They didn't bring any. Sad. All right, food it is then. Well, don't really need it. The UI might make it harder. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, but you might be onto something with that. But anyway, I don't think that the UI is as bad as people say it is in DF. Hey, llama. Aw. Too much cheese? Better? Okay. The thing is, I think the hotkeys are probably going to change when the premium version comes out. I think they're probably going to change. But if you already understand how the game works, adjusting won't be too difficult. Like Tarn's talked a couple times about doing away with UMKH. He's said as much. Like, I don't think there's been any statements of like, yes, it's going to change, but I expect it. We had a drag race to 100K record on the KSP forum for about a week. Oh, really? I mean, so do I, but they're trying to make the game accessible to people who don't understand inaccessible games, right? Or rather, they're trying to make the game seem approachable. But I actually wouldn't be too surprised if the hotkeys change entirely. No, it is what it is. UMKH always felt awkward. I mean, UMKH is practically a meme. That's how bad it is. Like, it's just kind of widely accepted as one of the worst hotkey combinations in video games, which I don't disagree with. Certainly not a convenient hotkey combination. The worst might be a little mean, but... Grothers, thanks for the follow and cheers. You have a good one. Tomorrow's my day off, so I won't be on tomorrow. Well, it's not going to be much of a day off. I'm going to be working all day. But, we'll be on Saturday. Because even people who play video games for a living need to not for a bit. What's up, Merc? Check out this Embark, dude. Also, guess who's not dead, Merc? Guess who walked over to the fort? Guess who just had a baby? And who still has the scars? Somehow Nox ain't dead. Somehow Nox ain't dead. Still flabbergasted as to how that dwarf ain't dead, but that dwarf ain't dead. Short version, for those of you who don't know, that dwarf sat in a hole for, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks in game, getting the shit kicked out of them by a web-spitting crab. I had to expel them because doctors couldn't tend to their wounds because they were so webbed up, we literally couldn't de-web them. But I retired the fort shortly after and assumed them dead. Anyway, they were one of the first migrants to this fort. So, yeah. Anyway, that happened. That happened. So thought that you'd find that amusing because I know you were there for that. But so same faction. Umber Bulwark is up here. Excuse me. And we are down here. I found this massive, like, cavernous ravine and was like, well, that's home. There's an aquifer here, but we built around it with these little wooden scaffolds. It's very inconvenient, super impractical, and kind of stupid, but fun, I think. Well, how do you make booze if you don't have dirt? Well, almost anything. Do you have no dirt at all? Like, is there nothing growing on the surface? So if there's something growing up on the surface, you can absolutely... There's a baby, if you want it, Pink. You can absolutely gather plants from the surface and then live off of those. But if you have no dirt, then you need to put water on dirt. Or if you need to put water or mud on rock to then turn it into a growable plot, or dig down to the caverns, which usually will have plants growing down there. And this is mega spoilers, but if there isn't plants growing down there, then they'll be covered with dirt. And if they're covered with dirt, that means that you have tentacle monsters in hell because they leave sludge everywhere. Facts. So if you find a cavern layer that's like all mud, it means that there are hentai monsters in the basement. Yeah, you can literally forage for booze. So like, to give you an idea, like this is the ground layer for this map, right? We've got date palms, pepper plants, barley that can be made into wine, macadamia nuts can be cooked. Feel like sorghum can be brewed. Dates can be brewed, I think. Ratweed can be brewed, unfortunately, if you really want. There's various things. Willow fruit probably can have something done with it. Kumquats can have something done with it. Coffee cherries. Can you haul water to a spot? Yep. If you say this, see this pit right here? If you make a hole in your fort, you can set it to be a pit pond, and then set it as a pond with capital P. Is pond not full, they will take buckets and bring waters from the nearest water source and dump it into there. However, only one dwarf can use one bucket per pond. So if you want to get it done in a timely fashion, make them like this and make like 50 all the way around the edge, set as pond not full with F, and then go here, set another one, hit pond, set as pond not full, and they will just bring buckets and dump buckets into what you've designated as a pond with the zone tool. Or you can use like pumps and just dump a river on it. Also, we have more migrants because it is late autumn. We have Lear the Ranger, Max the Infant, welcome back Max the Infant, and Whitcoat. So, Pink Fluffy Llama, you were literally just asking for a dwarf, right? Keep in mind, all the dwarves from the previous fort, which I think you had one in, are not dead. And you didn't die. Most of them aren't dead. And you didn't die. So, you might show up. So we could just leave it for that and give this one to someone else. Or those ones to someone else. Watch you just be here. There's Pigfinite. Joe. Welcome, Joe. Etun and Dastot, KD8. A yak calf, which is now dinner. Stray cat, which is a cat. A cow that is now dinner. Try to avoid exposed stairways all the way down to the cavern. Giant bats are mean, sadistic bastards. Also, speaking of giant things, what's this? Guess who caught a giant skink? I mean, any, can animals die in cages? Only if they need to graze. We are taming a giant skink. Butcher it? Oh, that's too cool a critter. It's gonna be our mascot, man. All right, so we now have a bunch of dwarves. So if anybody would like a dwarf, just shout at me. Maybe if we get a breeding pair, we can butcher them and then keep their kids. May you please be a newbie miner. Brr. You must be cold. Doesn't feel anything when talking with the spouse. I talked to an acquaintance. I feel fond. It's happy and fond after speaking with an acquaintance. Doesn't feel anything when speaking with a spouse. Spouse. They've probably been married for like 150 years. He's like, God damn, I don't want to see your face again. Anyway, his very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. Who is your hubby? Your hubby is, yeah, so you have a husband, and you don't really like speaking very much. So you, are 94 years old, born on the 2nd of Timber in the year 62. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. And his hair is clean shaven. His teeth are crowded, and his ears have nearly fused lobes. His lips are thin, and his nose is slightly hooked. His hair is black with some gray, and his skin is dark peach. Goddamn Death Tell Us Part. God damn it, Death Tell Us Part. It's just, I don't know. That's just very funny. Does anybody want to be Merc's husband? And then we can have like a fun argument in chat. Actually, hold on. Do you have any lovers? Oh, you do. Look at that. Moving on, I see. Also, KD8 is your acquaintance. Let's see. Our butcher, friggin' Bob, is your cousin. The baby is also your cousin, obviously. Animal is your other cousin. Who else do you have that's cousins? Your uncle is Gunslinger. Smill is your aunt. Man, lots of family in this fort. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Burr likes Burr, aka Merc, likes lignite lay pewter. wood, opal, sea monster bone, and alpaca wool. I've never seen a sea monster in Dwarf War. The color tan and stars and warhammers and mail shirts and cloaks and giant saltwater crocodiles for their strength. And the sound of the embraces of satin and the sight of the wondrous lark, when possible, prefers to consume date wine and millet flour, which is good actually because we have dates here, and cucumbers, and cannot stand brown recluse spiders. This is very accurate. Yep. He personally is somewhat disgusted by romance, finds friendship important, and is put off by family, and sees merrymaking as a waste, and dreams of mastering a skill. His dower is a rule, and has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution. Is a friendly individual, and does not go out of his way to help others, and isn't particularly ambitious, and has no active imagination. He has an active imagination, not no active imagination. Has an active imagination, and tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to be passive in discussions, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and overall he's somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Me too, Dwarf, me too. Yeah, no, I agree. Also, I just realized I was reading his husband, Datan, which is now going to be somebody else, because I'm an idiot. All right, so now that we've read your husband, let's read you, Merc. Where's Merc? Maybe that's why you don't feel anything when speaking with your cousin, or with your husband. Is because can't stand relationships. Was I? Lost you. Ah, too many dwarves. There you are. No, I wasn't reading your husband. I was reading the right person. I just jumped through menus too quickly. Yes, I just jumped through menus too quickly. That's on me. So who wants to be Merc's husband? Who? But from what I can tell, they kind of hate each other. Maybe not hate each other, but certainly they don't love each other. Or rather, they feel indifferent, considering they both have their own independent lovers. That's very funny. Yeah, they both have their own independent lovers. They're just like, damn it, to death do us part, I suppose. I like those two. They're funny. So if there's any takers, shout. You drink pickle juice, so eating flour seems normal? I mean, I drink pickle juice. Pickle juice and alcohol is pretty good sometimes, given the right situation. Helps with taxes. Yeah, you share the rent. You guys split the taxes and share the rent. Like there you go. Take the tax deductions. All right, chat. So I'm gonna pause here and shut my camera off for a sec. I'm gonna go grab me some lunch, which requires me eating a sandwich and a boiled egg. I will be back in a couple of minutes, 10 minutes tops. If you're looking for something else to listen to, here's a link to my podcast. Maybe you could listen to me ramble with friends about video games. Or there's a link to the YouTube channel where you can watch previous VODs. Like I said, I will be back in a couple of minutes, but I do have to go do lunch stuff. So, don't go anywhere too fast. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. Why didn't that work? Right? Try that again, Aqua. Did that not go off? You're going to bed, Stone? Alrighty. Cheers. Sounds like a good time to step away and make a martini? Absolutely. Bot, please? Alright, so sounds aren't working. Hold up. Oh, I see. It's because the authentication token ran out. Hold up. Hold up. I'll fix that. Now I'm waiting for a text message so I can... Your mom's an authentication token? My mom authenticated me on the blockchain, I'll have you know. 559621. Doesn't matter that I read that out loud because it just expired anyway. All right, you do that. Connect. All right, try it now. Try the sound commands now for those of you who have access to them. There we go. Would have been here.